can't look away. Good afternoon and welcome to the February 24th, 2021 City Council meeting. We acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of the Treaty Fort Territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan, parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. To ensure social distancing measures are being met during this time, some members of Council and City Administration are attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I'd like to remind those members who are attending through video conferencing of the following. Please ensure your video camera and microphone are turned off. If a member of Council wishes to speak, they enter their name in the chat window in order to be placed in the speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera, and all votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. I just wanted to acknowledge that we do have all members of Council here today. 8 are in the room and 2 are appearing virtually. Delegations will be attending the meeting today through teleconferencing to address Council on various items on the agenda. Can I please have someone move a motion to approve the agenda? Thank you, Councillor Moule. I'll call the question. Sorry? I need a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Shaw. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Approval of the minutes. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the City Council meeting held on February 10th? Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Seconder from Councillor Bresciani. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. First on the agenda is public hearing and public notice bylaws. We'll now consider the bylaws that require a public hearing, and I will turn it over to the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaws 2021-8, 2021-10, and 2021-14 be introduced and read a first time.
Any comments?
The clerk will have to speak.
Sorry, thank you. Okay. Mr. Nicol?
Thank you, Mayor. Council is now considering these 3 bylaws which require a public hearing. These associated reports have been approved at a previous council meeting, as noted in their submissions. No delegation expressed an interest in addressing council at this time, so therefore we proceed with these bylaws as follows. 2021-8, respecting changes to the city's investment policy. 2021-10, respecting amendments to accommodate future residential and recreational development in the town subdivision, and 2021-14 to designate the Municipal Justice Building as a municipal heritage property. I will note for members of council as well as the public that there is a typo throughout bylaw 2021-14 respecting the municipal heritage property. Instead of the reference being to 1770 Halifax Street, it was incorrectly and inadvertently included as 1770 Halifax Street. I have the authority by the procedure bylaw to make the changes to that typographical error, so I will work with the legal department and the appropriate bylaw will be signed.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani?
I move, seconded by Councillor Moule, that bylaws 2021-8, 2021-10, and 2021-14 be read a second time.
Any questions? Comments?
Any questions or comments, folks?
And then anybody opposed?
Anyone opposed?
I move, seconded by Councillor Stadnichuk, that council hereby consents to that bylaws 2021-8, 2021-10, and 2021-14 going to a third reading at this meeting.
And then just anyone opposed?
Anyone opposed?
Okay.
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaws 2021-8, 2021-10, and 2021-14 be read a third time.
Anyone opposed?
Any opposed?
Carried.
Carried.
Is that
Public notice reports. We will now consider item CR 21-21 Buffalo Pound plant renewal financing. Councillor Bresciani, can you introduce the report?
Thank you. here. Thank you. So I bring forward CR 21-21, Buffalo Pound Plant Renewal Financing. So can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Shaw. So the city that authorized Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation to initiate the process to negotiate financing to a maximum of $60 million to address the financing requirements of the plant renewal project, and authorize the executive director, financial strategy and sustainability, or designate to negotiate any guarantee that the city needs to provide related to the financing and assist Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation with arranging the financing as needed. So this is vital to our city, and as well, we share this with the city of Moose Jaw as well. We know that our plant is in need of work, and they did come before us to tell us about the work that is needed for to ensure that our water remains healthy and clean, and with that was the financial impact for us. So I ask for concurrence, and I'll ask administration if there was anything that they wanted to add.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't have a lot to add here. This is the plant renewal of the water treatment plant, and the current plant, its major components and fixtures are over 30 years old, so they're reaching the end of their life cycle, and so plant renewal is required. As part of the plant renewal, Buffalo Pound has sought permission from both the city councils of Regina and Moose Jaw to seek federal and provincial funding under the ICIP program, and the province has approved that funding application to advance to the feds, and we expect approval shortly. So a significant portion of the plant renewal will be funded as a result of funding dollars from the other levels of government. This $60 million represents the financing required for the local or municipal share of that funding arrangement to be put in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from members on the report? Councillor Zakidniak.
I just wanted to note that I think one thing that's important for folks to know regarding this request is that it was made clear in the report that there will not be an increase to city water rates as a result of this renewal. And also that the plant is planning energy efficiency and renewable energy infrastructure with their plant upgrade. So I think those are two important points to note that I found heartening in the report. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote. Oh, apologies. Councillor Mould.
Sorry I jumped in late there. Since we're making comments, I just wanted to actually really thank the federal government and the provincial government for the community benefits portion of the ICIP grant funding money focused on local labor. I was very pleased to see that, and it was nice to get those questions answered executive committee, because we need those jobs now. I personally know many people unemployed, sitting at home, thousands of tradespeople out of work just in southern Saskatchewan, and not including the rest of the province. So this is great to see. We're going to have some local labor attached to that job. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no other questions. Councillor Bresciani, did you want to close the report?
No,
You're good.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, please call.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Bresciani, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Hawkins, are you there?
It's flashing.
might be having some technical problems there. I'll come back to him. Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Uh-oh, he's flashing too.
Okay. While we're working on that, we have received written messages from both Councillors Hawkins and Mancinelli that they are in favor. So the record will show that. Councillor Mole,
In favor.
Mayor Masters,
In favor.
carries unanimously, Mayor.
We will now consider CR 21-22 investment policy update. Councillor Bresciani, can you introduce the report?
Thank you. I bring forward the CR 21-22, the investment policy update. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you. Councillor LeBlanc. So with this one here, this was to approve the changes to the city's investment policy. And in this one here, it was, this investment policy was last reviewed 10 years ago. And so in 2020, the city engaged Aon to work with administration to review the city's current investment strategy and policy and recommended changes as appropriate. So I will just add that, so this is regarding the investment. I appreciated at the end of the report in regards to the current investment, the short-term, mid-term, and long-term investment proposals. And I don't have really anything to add, but I would like to hear from our Mr. Lacey, our finance.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So I don't have a lot to add here other than just re-echo. It has been some time since we looked at our investment policy. We've been seeing some changes in the market conditions, and we thought it was an opportune time to review that policy. And we believe that the investment policy updates that we have before you that we're recommending, that will overall decrease the overall risk to our investment portfolio through diversification while providing the opportunity for a better return. And as part of the work that we did with the independent consultant, because we did do research around municipal investment best practices, and we also conducted kind of a jurisdictional review of where other jurisdictions were at in forming these recommendations that are before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the members? Councillor Mole.
I'm trying to find it in the report, but I know it's in there. So through you, Mayor Masters, I didn't ask the question in executive committee. So one of the things, it talks about a percentage for mortgages. So to me, that means mortgage-backed securities in the medium and long-term city investments. So not too long ago, there was a problem with that in the U.S. And that was the big issue with the 2008 financial crisis. Obviously, investment managers have learned, banks have learned, all the financial institutions have learned. Just curious how that's going to play out for the city's investments.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I might ask Mr. Barks to comment on that.
Mr. Barks?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. The industry has overgone a number of changes to how those types of instruments are regulated. We do require that those have a credit rating from an independent rating agency, and we do limit the amount of leverage that the investment firms who run those mortgage investments may use. Mortgages do represent a small portion of both the long and midterm accounts. So I think you'll find that the risk is appropriately mitigated in this case.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any further comments or questions? Councillor Bresciani, did you want to close the report? You're good? Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Bresciani, please. Councillor Moll.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnicek.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries unanimously, Mayor.
Thank you. We have delegations and some related reports relative to CR 21-26. So Unique Williams? Thank you. I'd like to call upon delegation Yannick Williams from Uber. Please introduce yourself for the record and restate the organization you're representing, if any. And you have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question members of Council may have for you. Welcome. Mr. Williams?
It's a lady.
Hi, good afternoon.
Oh, sorry, Ms.
Mayor
Williams. Go ahead. Sorry.
And members of council. My name is Unique Williams, and I am the Public Policy Manager for Western Canada at Uber. I am here to speak about Uber's experience in Regina and what we're doing to keep our platform a safe and viable option. I want to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of the administration for their engagement with stakeholders, including drivers on the Uber platform. We also appreciate that they dutifully led additional consultations with both the taxi and TNC industries to ensure stakeholders could speak to these regulations and their impact on their services. We support the administration's recommendations focus on accessible services for persons experiencing a disability. We also agree with their position to not require a mandatory camera policy for TNCs. As their report states, taxis, unlike TNCs, operate via street hails and accept cash, thus requiring taxis to have cameras. To work effectively, cameras must be tamper-proof, always on, and only accessible to police. Even then, there are privacy concerns, as the same ride-sharing vehicles used commercially are also used privately to take families to and from personal appointments. It would be a privacy violation to record a family's private activities and legally questionable. In 2019, the administration and council worked together to introduce a streamlined regulatory system with strict safety criteria for TNCs in Regina. Council did this because Reginans wanted a safe and reliable ride and to and from grocery stores and doctor appointments, and an additional flexible earning opportunity at the click of a button. You trusted that Uber would bring a safe and compliant system to Regina, and we took that responsibility seriously. Reginans come to Uber to earn on their terms, come to earn a little extra to cover the bills, others to realize greater aspirations for themselves and their families. As we navigate COVID-19, these workers have been a lifeline to their communities, transporting healthcare workers to hospitals, delivering food to those socially distancing, and helping local restaurants stay in business. I'm pleased to say that on February 12, we expanded the regional area around Regina. The arm of Edenwold and neighboring municipalities worked on a harmonized regional ride-sharing framework. This award-winning framework was possible as the provincial government put in place rules, including a provincial standard for criminal record checks that allow collaboration between municipalities. We recognize that when people open the app, they're putting their trust in our technology. As such, we committed a multi-year, multi-million-dollar campaign to partner with groups addressing gender-based violence around the world, including YWCA Canada and the Kenyan Centre to End Human Trafficking. Safety is a top priority, and we have in-app safety features for users. Uber works closely with law enforcement. Last year, we launched No Mask, No Ride policy and provided public health officials contact tracing support. On criminal records check, we agree with the admin's decision to not recommend changes to the current process. We implore council to do the same by not rejecting the provincial standard. Adhering to the provincial standard, our technology partners initiate criminal checks that are completed by Canadian Police Services and informed by driving history received directly from SGI. All the appropriate RCMP and local databases are searched. With almost 2 years of operations in Regina, there have been zero major concerns raised in how we conduct our background checks. The admin's report states staff have received zero complaints against TNC drivers. RPS has not received any complaints about TNC driver behavior from the public. Additionally, while RPS may be conducting their own checks, they have not raised any concerns or contacted us about any drivers. The province established one of the strictest standards in Canada, and it does not require a vulnerable sector check. Moreover, in discussion with RPS, they made it clear that unless an individual resides in Regina, RPS will not process their criminal check. Any material change to criminal record checks could impact our ability to maintain a regional integration with Edenwold and regional municipalities because they currently fall under the same compliance practices as Regina, but drivers who do not live in Regina would not be able to obtain the vulnerable sectors check from RPS. The province established a provincial criminal records check standard for this reason, to set a harmonized standard that is not fragmented between communities. I'd ask that if council is interested in making changes, that the administration study the matter with regional municipalities, companies, and police to avoid making a change without understanding full implications. As I close, it's important to acknowledge that taxi and ride sharing are different industries. It's important that the default will not be to impose taxi rules on ride sharing. Instead, it's important to look at the needs of today's riders by creating rules tailored to the realities of modern ride sharing. I want to thank council and administration for your cooperation over the past year and through this review process that we brought ride sharing to Regina. We look forward to many more years of cooperation. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Do any members of the delegate, do any members have questions for the delegation? Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Thank you for coming forward today to speak. So I just have a question for you. Has Uber seen an increase in transporting children to schools or to events here and there that you're aware of, like almost like an Uber Kids?
So much for that question. In regards to that, I don't have that specific information. One thing that I will say in terms of Uber and the service that we provide, Uber, you are required to be 18 years or older to request a service unaccompanied through Uber.
Thank you for that. Through you, Madam Chair. As a parent, could I make contact with Uber to have my child be picked up from our home to be dropped off at the nearby elementary school?
So to that end, the individual would be required to be 18 years or older to engage in the Uber service.
So, okay, so I'm sorry, I don't understand. So you're saying that someone under the age of 18 cannot take an Uber alone?
Those are the regulations or the rules that we do have in place.
Okay. Because I've read that I understood that some kids, or even high school, they want to get to events. So you're saying that kids are not allowed to take an Uber if their parents fill out the app. They're not allowed to be picked up and transferred.
Again, I will go back to check with folks on the team, but in terms of our rules for operation, we do not focus on folks below the age of majority.
Okay, and I would ask. Okay, so I'll leave that there. Can I just ask, in regards to the local law enforcement, what we found is that there's a lag in time. So when someone comes to get the criminal record check through your platform, by the time it comes back to the local, and I'll say Regina Police Service, just because that's who we have here, someone could be driving already on the road for 5 or 6 weeks, maybe 4 to 5, depending when that information comes. What has been, I guess, the experience if there is someone that does have some kind of an issue with criminal record or something has failed? what happens after that? If you can just walk me through that.
So in regards to that, and in the case of Regina, we have not received any complaints from RPS in terms of a failed drive check. And in regards to that, we do ensure that we do regular checks for folks. So, every year they do go through that process. Additionally, we do have the law enforcement portal that is available through the app, or rather that is also available so that law enforcement could actually go in and request information about a live occurrence or incident, but also including other folks, drivers that might be active on the platform. So again, we work really closely with the local police enforcement, and in this case, of course, RPS, to ensure that we're compliant.
Okay. Can I ask you, how often do you get the information? Because I do have information from Regina Police Service saying that they have removed a rideshare driver. And you're telling me that you have information that you haven't had any. So I'm a little, I guess, concerned with the misinformation, but I do have documentation that there was a driver that had to be removed, and he was driving already for 4 to 5 weeks. And then Regina Police Service did have to remove him. So you have no record of that?
We'll happily go back to the team just to get that information.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Councillor Stevens?
Great, thank you. I actually want to press that question a bit further, and a claim that you make in your statement. So I'm just going to pull up the document here, that city staff have received 0 complaints. RPS has not received any complaints. Presumably you're taking that from the report, which also states that 59 drivers have been charged for failing to display proper decals, and the RPS have suspended 5 drivers from the platform, citing public safety concerns, amongst other infractions that have been brought to our attention. Is it your position that these are not happening, or that the checks and balances embedded in the platform are functioning effectively?
So in regards to that, if there are issues that are raised through the platform, through RPS or other folks, we do look into that, in real time. So in regards to those cases that we do ensure that we address and remove any individuals that may be again have any infractions against them. But again, we do the regular checks through the existing process. And again, these checks aren't done by Uber itself. Every single background check that is issued is done through police services. So whether that's the RCMP, whether that's also the local police force.
Thank you. Through the chair, you use the technology platform as a reason for not introducing cameras and other safety measures. You cite the fact that this isn't like the taxi industry, yet we're now seeing that there are problems with the actual platform in vetting and ensuring safety. Can you comment on that? Can we be as confident in the platform to protect drivers and members of the public if that whole checks and balances system isn't working? We're actually seeing some problems slip through the cracks.
No, so one moment.
Everyone's got a master.
Okay. Sorry, if you could repeat that question. Apologies.
No, that's fine. It seems the system isn't perfect. So, for instance, we've asked administration to investigate the possibility of requiring cameras. Uber's response is you don't need cameras. We have this very perfect technological platform to provide security. We're seeing in this report that the system isn't perfect. So should we be concerned that it can't protect members of the public or the drivers, and perhaps we need cameras to compensate for the fact that the ride-hailing platform isn't as secure as you might believe it to be? My question is, there are problems with the platform. It's not as perfect as you say it is. Can we trust it? And does that mean that we should trust it enough to not require cameras and other safety protocols we require of taxis?
Ms. Williams? Ms. Williams? Ms. Williams, it shows that you're still on the line with us, so if you're speaking, we can't hear you. Please be patient for one moment. We're just going to determine if she's going to call back in. Okay, so, Councillor Stevens, I'm not sure what to say about your question, but...
I know the answer already, so thank you.
I apologize to the rest of council. Ms. Williams has not called back in yet. We'll look into it. In the meantime, we do have another delegation on the line. Is there any precedence for? It's all right. All right. All right. All right then. I'd like to call upon Delegation Glenn Sally from Capital Cabs. Please introduce yourself for the record, sir, and the organization you're representing. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of council may have for you. Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, Your Worship and City Councilors, my name's Glenn Solly from Capital Cabs. I'd like to talk on behalf of the ride share. Two things that concerns me one is the camera issue. It should be in all the ride share vehicles. The second is the licensing of drivers. All rideshare drivers should be licensed in the same fashion as the taxi drivers, and there is a cost with that, which the city charges us. So one thing I'd like to say on apps, no app and the safety features on any app could replace a camera. Why would you allow owner drivers to use their own? Why would you allow rideshare drivers to use their own cameras? I don't see an issue with that when it comes to the city regulating the cameras in both the rideshare and the taxis. When we were all forced to having cameras, privacy wasn't the city's concerns, nor was it the cost or how much time the taxis work per week. It was a safety for the customers and for the drivers. Also, we were told a level playing field for the taxis and TNC. It should be for the taxis and the rideshares. But I will tell you, cameras have helped drivers and customers. For example, we've had customers fighting in taxis, disputes between drivers and customers, hit and run accidents, and disputes on accidents and cars getting in broke to, lost articles. I don't think TNC companies should say it's our way or set the rules on when it comes to safety. When it comes to safety for both the customers and the drivers. Privacy is the same for the taxis. They take kids to school themselves, groceries, etc. The city was asked for a police report on cameras for the city councilors. I don't see it, so then I went out of my way and I phoned the police service last week and asked them about the cameras in TNCs. They said that they'd like to see cameras in all TNC. The main issues for them was safety for the customer and for the drivers. and I agree with them. They said safety is an issue for everyone. Safety for the drivers, customers, and once they take up fare, they're now classified as a commercial vehicle. There's one other issue I'd like to talk about is the clearing of drivers, clearing of operators. When a taxi driver drives, he needs a badge, which the RPS clears them and sends the clearance into the city, authorizing the driver. This can take up to 3 weeks, but TNC drivers can drive right away without the RPS clearance, and it could take up to a month or longer for them to finish the criminal record checks. Operators, then if there's an issue at that time, then they're taking out of service. So that means they could drive up to 30 days or more without getting the proper clearance. And that's not fair. So the TNC driver, so safety should be a concern both for the customer and the drivers. This is not the safety when you're not clearing the driver right away, and it can take 30 days. So that driver can operate without the proper clearance for 30 days. And same with the vulnerable sector search, that all TNC drivers should follow the same rules when it comes to vulnerable sector search. They should be done immediately before they're allowed to drive taxi. So some form of taxi license, or TNC license should be done through the city, and same with the cameras, should be regulated through the city, and they would be with the cameras would be installed by a certified installer registered through the city. We'd like to see a more fair and level playing field. Also, and same thing. Our Regina Police Service thought that all TNC should have some sort of a badge through the city, like the taxi industry does now. The taxi industry plays a big part in the city, and we'd like to see a healthy taxi industry. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Any members of council wish to ask questions of the delegation? Councillor Findura.
Thank you to Mayor Masters. Mr. Sully, as you've been in front of us many times before and asking the same thing, you're talking about the cameras are only for, well, not you, but the report said that the camera is only in when you hail a cab and the cash transactions. How do you feel about that?
The cameras are there for what? They're there for. I guess I'll get you to repeat that.
Okay, they're there for the cameras installed because as a taxi, your taxi is hailed on the sidewalk on the street, and there's a cash transaction. With the TNC and Uber, there's no cash transactions, and so because of their platform is foolproof, they don't need cameras, and you do. And you're saying that everyone should have. What's your? I mean, I heard you, but I just want to hear again the deeper reasoning on the camera.
Okay, so like I said before, no app and all their safety features could replace a camera. The cameras don't lie. You see everything going on. I've had where customers were fighting in the back, and a customer had stabbed another customer in the back of the car. No, there was no cash or a flag there. That was a phoned-in trip, and we've had this happen several times. We've had lost articles, which can happen. Who knows who took that article? Did the driver take it and not report it? There's lots of things that happen in the taxi. And same with TNC. Driver was driving along and at night, and there's some guys standing on the street. They come at the driver with a machete. They weren't phoned in. The driver didn't pick them up, but he stopped them and tried to get in the car, and he had a machete on him. So it's safety for one of the things that the police had pointed out to me. It's safety not just for the driver. It's also safety for the customer. It's safety for the customer. So we need to have safety for both. By having cameras eliminate any issues that were in the car. Cameras have been very helpful to the city police, and they see it, how helpful it's been for them. There's been lots of times they've pulled the footage on the camera. We've had that happening every week. The police would like the footage on a camera. Some stolen visas. Stolen visas is another issue. I mean, we get this all the time. There's stolen visas, and where the camera identifies the person that was sitting in the vehicle. So there's so many issues that happen. Theft. Somebody robbed a store, and you know they can take a TNC, but where the camera shows the video and what it was going on in the taxi. Arguments between the customer and the driver. This also eliminates any issues, and the camera doesn't lie, whether it was the driver's fault or the customer's fault. It doesn't matter. The camera doesn't lie. And so that ends a lot of issues. And there's so many issues, and I could go on and on with issues when it comes to cameras. But the police had said, and I agree with them, it's safety not just for the driver, it's safety for the customer, for both parties. And we should take that. And when it comes out to setting regulations, the cameras should overrule safety. Safety, not apps. Apps doesn't show what happened in a taxi. You could push them. Our app does the same thing. You hit a button and it can pass that information on to their friends and that. But that's not going to show what's going on in the taxi.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Sally. Do you have another question about, because you were talking about vulnerable sector, and the comment in the report, it says that because no one under 18 is allowed, and then you're saying that everyone should have a criminal record check on a vulnerable sector.
Yes, well, on the last meeting, I was concerned about it when they had said, TNC had said that they had a business with a YMCA. Well, that concerned me because you shouldn't be doing, you need the vulnerable sector search. Anytime you're transporting somebody vulnerable, whether it's a handicapped person or a child under 18, you need that vulnerable sector search. Anybody, teacher, everybody needs that vulnerable sector search. So why are they exempt? Why are they exempt? And when I hear they're taking people out of the Y, well, I'm sure that there must be some vulnerable people in the Y that they're taking out. Why is it that they can do it, but we need the vulnerable sector search? I think everybody should have it. And it shouldn't be a thing. And if any cost incurred on that, it's passed on to the driver. Like the taxi drivers, they pay for their badge, whether it's $50 for a yearly renewal. That's that's not a expensive thing to get done. But at least you have the driver registered with the city. Now you know who's registered with the city. And right now, for the first 30 days, you don't know. The city doesn't know because they don't have the names yet. And it takes up to 30 days that this individual can drive before they know who's actually driving. Even though they had the criminal record check. What I was kind of saying in my report, okay, if that's the case, then the driver should just be able to drop the criminal record check off at the city, and they should issue the taxi drivers their badges right away, and they should be allowed to wait the 30 days. But is that what you really want? Is that what you really want? Wait up to 30 days before that driver gets the proper clearance through RPS? I think that everybody should get the proper clearance with the vulnerable sector search.
So that was going to be to you, Mayor Master. That was my next question about what you just said about the clearances and waiting. Do you have any drivers before they give all the clearances or any kind of whatever record check they're looking for or waiting on? Do you have anybody out there driving without knowledge or you knowing or city knowing that they're on the road?
Okay, when it comes to regards with taxis, no. If there's an issue with a driver, he's immediately taken out of, the city immediately takes him out of service. Right now, the drivers are all the taxi drivers got their criminal checks done prior to getting licensed through the city. Right, and this is where it's not fair, but think about the safety. We're not thinking about the safety. Oh no, they can drive for 30 30 days or 45 days without a before they get the proper clearance. I don't think that's proper. But you know what? If that's good for that, then why not? If you don't think it's important, then let the taxi drivers do the same thing. Give us the badge right away, and then let's see what happens in 30 days if any drivers have some issues and they pull them out. Now, has police taken drivers out of service after they were driving? Yes, they have. And the other issue that I had with that, I didn't talk about it, is the ride share decal is too small. Police thought it was too small. It was hard to see. It was hard for anybody to see, including themselves, and the decal should be increased in size. That's another thing. I do have the name of the officer that's in charge of the cameras and in charge of the taxi. If anybody wants his name I will give him the name and the phone number of the officer that I was talking to. And he's the one who's in charge of the taxis and the cameras.
Okay, Mr. Sully. So then you're talking about the importance of licensing drivers and the importance of the badge. What is that? I mean, licensing, I understand, and the badge and all that. I understand that. Just in your words, why is it so important the drivers be licensed? Is it part of the insurance? Is there other issues there that not just a badge, to have a badge?
Well, the main thing that the city does is it gives everybody a taxi badge, but we have the proper clearance from RPS. They send the information to the city and say, yes, this driver is okay to drive taxi. And then the city issues us a license. Now, the same thing should go with rideshare, TNC, is they should be done the same fashion that all taxi drivers are. You apply for your criminal record check, and then RPS will forward the clearance to the city and allow this guy, now he can drive a rideshare or whatever he wants to drive.
Okay.
But do not allow the driver to drive for 30 days to 6 weeks without the proper clearance from the RPS, like's going on now. Again, what are we talking about? The cameras is safety for both the customer and the driver, and again, for the licensing of the rideshare is safety, and that. We're talking about the safety. That outrules everything. It outrules all the regulations and everything. Safety should be one of your main concerns when we're transporting the public. And that's the two main issues that I have, the three. Well, if you conclude the vulnerable sector search, but they did talk about it, in which I thought maybe they were going to put it in, but how does the city know? And the city should be licensing all the operators just like they do taxis. You need to know who's driving.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Sully. Thank you for answering.
You're more than welcome.
Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Solly. Just a quick question. This report actually also talks truly about, and I remember when it came, was really about the impacts to the people with disability, because we know that they don't have accessible, Uber's not accessible, so we really want to know also the impacts on I guess the taxi industry. Can you just tell me how has that gone, that you are in that industry? How has it worked with the accessibility? Have you seen an uptake in accessibility rides, or?
Well, we do a lot. We do a lot for disabilities. We do a lot for children. That's a major part of our business right now through that. But it has been a challenge for the wheelchairs because going through this COVID, we lost, I was at 4, now I'm down to, today I'm down to 1, hopefully I can get back up to 2. I think more incentive has to be done for the wheelchair operators because to make it more things available for these operators to want to run these cars. And it seems that I think that the ride share and stuff like that has taken away a lot of that from the taxi industry, which we're losing operators and stuff where they find that it's easier for me to get to something else than the wheelchair. But the ones that I got now have been very good, but it's not enough. But we're doing our best, and we're keeping up with the needs, and we do give training for the disabilities and all sorts. So I do give training for that. So.
Thank you for that. Through you, Madam Chair. On page 5, it talks about the accessibility fee and that the city charges TNC and accessibility per trip, 7 cents per trip. Now, the fee has been collected and there's approximately $35,200 there for accessible funds. And the recommendation that their recommendation, and I'd just like to get your feedback, is to reimburse the annual license fee of $375 to each accessible taxi cab owner that maintained the accessible taxi cab. What are your thoughts on that? That's a license fee of $375. Is that enough, or?
Originally when we were dealing with years ago when we were talking about wheelchairs, they were taking a subsidy for every wheelchair trip to be topped up on every wheelchair trip. They were talking about, the city was talking about that, but that went underneath the table. I think the $375 would definitely help, but also there should be some kind of a subsidy fee for the wheelchairs to, it used to be where the drivers used to get, it was $3.50 drop and the wheelchairs got $7 drop. I'd like to see something happen for the wheelchairs so that they have the ability to charge a little extra per trip to make it more attractive for these operators.
Okay.
And plus the waiving of the $380.
Right.
It's very expensive. Wheelchair vans are not cheap to operate.
Right. There's a
they're expensive vehicles.
There also is a rebate to taxi operators that do provide the taxi services for Regina Paratransit on trips. So that's maybe where you're talking that would aid that.
No, we never ever got any kind of rebate on taxis from that either.
No, and that's just coming. That's just kind of in the report here, but that's one of the options. And then the last option is also provide a rebate to the accessible taxi cab owners for each fare provided in the previous license. So a period to non.
That would be something. That would be something that would make it more attractive for these guys and to do.
Okay.
You know what I mean? To get more people involved in the wheelchair. That, like I said, I've lost two operators now, so I mean I'm down to 4, and it gets to be a challenge sometimes. But
thank you. So
we're doing our best.
You are in support of this, then, through you, Madam Chair. You are in support of these rebates and these reimbursements of
yes, anything
fees.
to help these individuals. I think that would be a good thing.
Okay, thank you for that. That's all I have.
Any further questions of the delegation? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Sally, for your presentation. You can now leave the meeting.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're
you guys
welcome.
have a beautiful day.
You
Bye.
too.
Can you get me?
Ms. Williams, I understand you're back on the line.
Yes, I am. Hello.
Do you need Councillor Stevens to repeat his question?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Can we just replay the tape? Let's see if I can remember this. So I have to phrase it as a question, so my apologies, which is why it's difficult. But so my question had to do with the app platform itself, which you say provides a sense of security sufficient enough that we don't need cameras. Okay, so you follow me with that one?
Yeah.
But what we're seeing is that there are still drivers being suspended, charged for improper use of decals, public safety concerns. My question is the app sufficient enough to handle all of these security concerns when we've already seen issues?
So in regards to cameras within TNCs, cameras in TNCs are not required. Again, in regards to that, there is information within the app where a rider and a driver, they know who is, so for the rider, they know who is coming to pick them up before they enter the vehicle. They know the license plate, they know the make of the car. Additionally, every ride that happens on the platform is recorded and tracked, and we are able to access that information later down the line, where sometimes on having cameras in the car, those videos may not still be there because they kind of go through that recording loop. Additionally, in regards to some of the safety features, as mentioned, there is a 24/7 incident support that's provided through the app. Individuals who go into who use the platform are able to share their status with family and friends in real time, so they're trusted contacts. Individuals are, as I mentioned, we work very closely with law enforcement, and we have the law enforcement portal in which law enforcement inquiries, they can go on there and request data. And shortly after getting that request, we follow up to share that information. There's also the ride check data, and this uses a GPS sensor where, if there's an abrupt stop, we are able to contact the driver as well as the rider to check in. Was there an accident? Was it that perhaps they're making a stop because of traffic? So again, just wanting to verify the safety on that. Also, in terms of drivers, there's also real-time ID checks. So ensuring that through the platform, drivers do need to take a picture of themselves, just so that we also can verify that, of course, it's the correct driver that is accessing the account. There is also, PIN verification. So we encourage users to double check the app for their driver information, again, to ensure they're getting in the right car, matching the license plate. With having, additionally, requesting PNC drivers to have cameras in the car is going to also put an additional requirement on the drivers in terms of a monetary requirement for them to be able to purchase the camera, to have the camera installed in their vehicles. Additionally, as mentioned, the cars are, yes, used commercially, but they're also used privately for individuals to go to and fro from appointments. And requiring individuals who are using, a personal vehicle in that way to have a camera on 24/7, I think is also has very, very real privacy concerns that need to be named.
Thank you. I have picked that up on the website. You have a camera policy. In other words, you permit your camera or your drivers to use a camera. Are you saying that in those vehicles there are privacy concerns that I wasn't aware about?
So in regards to, in terms of having cameras in cars, it is not our policy to have them. Again, it's individuals who are independent contractors on the platform who choose to have the camera. They may do so, but again, it's not a policy for Uber. Again, one that we do have the various safety pieces that I mentioned, in-app safety toolkit, the engagement with law enforcement, the ride check, that do not require the cameras to be installed.
Yeah, thank you. So to the drivers who responded to the city survey who would like to see mandatory cameras and don't feel protected by the system you just described, I guess your response to them is just install your own camera, and you can do so in accordance with our policy, correct?
So in regards to those individuals, as mentioned, if they would want to install cameras, they're open to. Again, it is not something that we are requesting or requiring individuals to do. it really is not something that is required through the platform. Again, because we do have these additional safety features that do help with working locally, and we work quite well with RPS to ensure, again, that safety is upheld with the drivers and the riders on the platform.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Ms. William, for answering questions, presenting. I've got a question about you're opposing to the local criminal record check, and my question to you would be is why wouldn't you support it if it increases safety? Because we're talking about a local, so previous questions were asked of you about, and previous comments from the delegation is that it could take a month to 6 weeks before driver gets pulled off and he's still driving, but yet he's got no, there hasn't been really a record checked on it. So my question is, you're opposing to it, and I'm asking why. My question, second one is that why wouldn't you support it if it increases the safety? So we're talking about safety.
So in regards to the criminal checks, again, the checks that we conduct adhere to the provincial standard, and again, it is among one of the most strict standards that we do comply with. You know, we work with our third-party technology service provider who does conduct that does streamline the background check. In regards to that, I mentioned, you know, the background checks are done in a way that it does allow folks in regards to the background checks, it does allow to apologies, sorry. So in regards to the, so as mentioned in my comments, you know, adhering to the provincial standard checks, our technology partner initiates criminal checks that are completed by Canadian Police Services and informed by the driving history received directly from SGI. As mentioned, there are zero buffers as well. In regards, as you mentioned, you know, the 30-day or the 60-day, there are zero buffers in terms of drivers that are active on the platform. Drivers need to have all requirements before they take a first trip. This is what the regulation calls for, and we absolutely comply with it.
Okay, so I have a follow-up question for you. Our sister city, Saskatoon, has, and you are in Saskatoon, you have a platform there, and there are actually having the criminal record check has to be done by a city of Saskatoon, by the police of Saskatoon before anyone gets a nod to drive. So what would be a difference between us here and Saskatoon? We're in the same province. Are you talking about the provincial jurisdiction? So what's the difference between up there and down here?
So in regards to some of the main difference, I wanted to also just highlight again the recent expansion into the RM of Edenwold and surrounding municipalities. They've constructed their bylaw around the provincial requirements, additionally as well as aligning it with the bylaw that Regina does have. The challenge that would be seen is in regards to you know, ensuring that there is as individuals, as mentioned with RPS, they mentioned that they're not able to do background checks for folks who do reside outside of Regina proper. So the challenge would be that folks who reside outside of Regina would not be able to get their vulnerable sectors check done through the RPS. So they would have to have it done by their local RCMP dispatch. Again, one of the things that we aim to do is to ensure that we're streamlining the processes in which we implement these background checks. And again, ensuring that we absolutely adhere to all of the rules, the provincial rules, the municipal rules. And again, we do not conduct our own background checks. All of these background checks are done by appropriate police authority. What we are proposing is simply to allow a system by which we can facilitate the process in which these checks are done. Looking at setting up various systems across the province that requires these individualized processes will be a challenge to, earners or drivers on the platform, Reginans who do, and those in the surrounding areas who do want to look to the platform as a flexible earning opportunity. It will add additional, I would say, barrier to entry for them to do so. So again, we are absolutely in support of ensuring that we do conduct background checks, as mentioned in the administration's report, and also in it, as mentioned in my statement. We adhere to the requirements that are put before us, and we will continue to do so. What we are again asking is to ensure that we do have a way to maintain that quality with the background check, but to also facilitate that earning opportunity for Reginans who are using and seeing the platform as, especially in our current time, as that opportunity for them, again, to either make additional support for their families as they're navigating this time. So again, not asking for background checks not to be done and to be done to the full extent. We absolutely do want background checks to be done, and we do it in the current process. What we're looking for is a way to ensure that we're not increasing the barrier for folks who are outside of Regina. Additionally, one of the things I really want to implore with council is that before you do make this decision, it is one that is, I think, quite layered and quite complex. And again, with the amazing news that Edenwold has also been a part where they've, and the surrounding region has adopted a ride-sharing model, is that, it is important that all stakeholders are engaged, including the surrounding municipalities, to have a conversation, and of course our the RPS to have a conversation and to have a study as to how do we what that change could look like. I would just implore that we do not make that change before we have the full extent of how it would be implemented and who would be affected in this change.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. I'm going to shift to a camera. What happens? You are again speaking against the camera. I know I'm reading the report. I'm hearing from you as well. I'm going to give you a question. What happens if I book a ride? And let's say I'm in a bar, and someone comes up and says, "Can you call in and book a ride for me?" When your vehicle or the vehicle comes up and pulls up, and it's not me. How is not me or me being identified by your driver? Does he ask for an ID from me? Does he ask for, he just got my credit card, he got paid, and off he goes, and he doesn't know who's in the back? How does that work?
So in regards to that, oh, sorry, go ahead.
So then the follow-up question is that what happens if now your driver gets, let's say the driver gets hurt or carjacked or his car gets stolen, because of course you're not dealing with cash. But what happened when that happened? So do you come after me? I said, well, I just booked it for him. I don't know. So how does that legally then works out?
So I guess I'm not sure I can directly answer the last question in terms of the accident and who would be liable, because I think would need further clarity in terms of what actually took place around that scenario that you've described. But in terms of safety around the app, we encourage users to double check the app for their driver information, again, to ensure that they're getting in the right car by matching the license plate, the car make and model, and the driver's photo to the information in the app. Uber's newest feature is a PIN verification. On some trips, riders will be asked to provide their driver with a unique 4-digit PIN before they can start. This helps riders verify that they're getting into the right car. So again, we want to ensure that whomever is entering in the car, the rider would say, ask the driver their name, or you would look at the license plate, and vice versa, the driver would ask the passenger or the rider, what is your name? And that is how you would do so.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ms. Williams, I just have one question for you as it relates to the criminal record checks. From my not completely informed knowledge, the Vehicle for Hire Act is specifically about requirements for municipalities to license vehicles for hire. Is that correct?
The Vehicle for Hire Act is specifically for CNCs to license, or what was the last part?
It's specific, it outlays how municipalities should license vehicles for hire, for individuals operating vehicles for hire. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So I'm curious as to if this is about what a municipality should do relative to licensing individuals within their municipality. I'm unclear, and perhaps you can explain, what a driver from Edenwald should restrict us from requiring a Regina Police Service criminal background check in our city when it's our responsibility for the city of Regina to license those drivers.
In regards to that, as mentioned, I'm speaking to the regional integration that's linked to how these checks are conducted. Again, there may be folks who do not reside in Regina proper, but again, it would provide them an opportunity to be able to engage with the platform. Again, we're just looking for opportunities that we would be able to provide and fill a need for transportation for folks in Regina proper, but also the surrounding areas. Again, also ensuring that we maintain the standard that we've kept with adhering to the appropriate requirements around ride checks. Again, we have ensured that we are following the guidelines as established through the Vehicle for Hire Act, and in terms of looking at this specific question, I would more encourage it as one to look at the regional prosperity and regional integration to ensure that there is facilitated free movement of people, so folks can go to their doctor's appointment in one municipality to the next. So again, it's really to ensure that from a regional improvement, a regional collaboration perspective.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions from the members of council, I'd like to thank you for your presentation today. You can leave the meeting. Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. We're now going to consider CR 21-26 TNC review. Councillor Bresciani, can you please introduce the report?
Thank you. I move the CR 21-26, the TNC review. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Fundera. Okay. So I want to thank administration for this. I remember the conversation well when we talked about this was coming back. We wanted a report back to come back to hear about the licensing, but also about how the funds for accessibility were going to be distributed. It was at 0.7 cents a ride. And that was the bigger part of the conversation. And I know that we've also talked about other things in this report, but at committee we did talk a lot about the criminal record checks and a few others, as the report has indicated. But I think one of the bigger things is and I do have a couple questions just for administration, if I can just start, if that's okay. I would like to ask administration, did they consult with the taxi industry to their recommendations for 1, 2, and 3 for the $35,000 as to how that was going to be dedicated or separated out? Through you, Madam Chair.
So through you, Mayor Masters, I'm going to ask either Mr. Weary or Ms. Schakowsky to comment on this report.
Oh, and sorry, before I do that, I apologize. Maybe, did someone from administration want to add on to what I had said?
Mr. Weary.
Yeah, Mr. Weary, if he does.
Mr. Weary?
Sorry, I forgot.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Just wanted to advise members of council that obviously I'm not there in person, but we have myself, Don Schakowsky, who's our manager of licensing and parking, Crystal Atchison, legal counsel, Benjamin Cowan, policy analyst, and we also have Sergeant Verbeek, who is responsible for this area as part of the traffic safety unit with RPS, who are available here to answer questions on this, but that's a long way of getting to referring this question to Ms. Schakowsky for an answer. Thank you.
Ms. Schakowsky?
Through you, Mayor Masters, in response to the question as to whether or not we did engage with the taxi industry on our accessible use of funds or use of the accessible funds, for this report, actually, we did not directly meet with them. However, we did take into consideration some of the concerns that we have heard from the taxi industry and witnessed through accessible transportation services and incorporated those into our recommendations.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'll cut to the chase here, just in regards to the criminal record checks. And we heard from the delegation in regards to kind of their I guess side of what they do on their platform. And I'd like to ask, just in regards to there has been in the report, it has indicated there is a lag, and that we have Regina Police Service, they come in after the fact. So they've gone. Drivers will come in, they'll submit through the platform, and then the Regina Police Service comes back about 4 to 5 weeks later after they get the report. Sometimes it's not, I don't even know if it's in that time frame. But I'd like to hear from Constable
Sergeant Verbeek.
Sergeant Verbeek, yes, thank you. And just in regards to the process and why the improvement is needed. Is he on the line?
Sergeant Mark Verbeek, are you available?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mayor Masters. Yes, this has been a concern from us from the beginning, and I think it's important to understand, I think, the difference between what a criminal record check does and what a background check does. I think some of this, the misinformation or maybe not understanding the differences is where our concerns lie. The criminal record checks looks for past convictions. It's really as simple as that. A vulnerable sector check looks for past convictions and past pardons when dealing with any sexual offenses that the person may have pardoned with. So that's why typically when we're dealing with vulnerable people, that's young kids, disabled, seniors, or in a lot of cases, individuals that might be intoxicated by drug or alcohol that are using the service. We prefer to have a vulnerable sector check done because it's an added layer of protection. The background check is what goes through this office here, and my team, is currently Uber in this case. They send us a list through kind of a Dropbox system of drivers that are actively using their service. And that could be anywhere from really 1 hour of service up to 40 plus hours of service. We get this list anywhere from, typically it's 4 weeks, but in this last month, for instance, it was 6 weeks. So we get a list 6 weeks after the previous list that we received, and during that 6 weeks, there could be dozens of drivers that are driving and operating within the city that haven't had that background check. And what that background check is we're looking at our internal database, police system, looking at files or any contacts we've had with this driver that might raise concern as far as a public safety issue. And it could be as simple, and they may not be charges, but they could be under investigation. Okay? Or they may have been charged with an offense but haven't had a trial yet, and so they don't have a conviction yet, or they may not get a conviction, but they've been charged with offense. And that could be a sexual assault on somebody, or an assault, or something that would obviously raise some flags that maybe this person would be at risk if they're around vulnerable people. We also check our SGI database as well. We have access to that. We check to ensure that their licensing is proper. During that 6 weeks, they could have been suspended, or something else could have happened with their license. So we verify that as well. We will also reach out if they're new to Regina. We will reach out to our counterparts in Saskatoon, if that's where they lived before, or Calgary, or the RCMP, and ask basically the same questions. Is there a way, or do you have concerns on your database regarding this person being around vulnerable people? Yes or no. I don't need the details. It's just basically, is there concerns? So that process happens with every taxi driver that applies for a city license, every tow truck driver that applies for a city license. They're operating in the city of Regina, so they're held accountable to those. Unfortunately for rideshare, we have that 4 to 6 week delay where we're kind of doing our reactive checks after they've already been operating within the city. So that's the major concern that we have regarding that is, and we have had cases where once we go through that list of, it could be 20, 30, 50 new drivers, we're finding concerns that maybe they're under surveillance, maybe they're, again, charges pending, stuff like that, that we've had to pull put a key restriction, on their license, which means they can't operate a rideshare or a taxi within the province.
Thank you for that. And we had asked the delegation in regards to a report or to knowing if there was any, they were not aware that Regina Police Service had not shared any concerns with the company at all in regards to this lag. Do you know how that communication is usually handled through you, Madam Mayor? From Regina Police Service, like how does that get back to the company?
We have raised those concerns from when they initially started operating in the city, and of course the bylaw requires that they are required to provide the information, driver information, name, license number, but it does not specify a timeline that it's required. On their end, from what I was told by my contact with them, is that the 4-week turnaround is, they believe it's adequate and as quick as they can do that.
Thank you for that. The delegation had just made one comment where she was concerned that Regina Police Service would only do the checks just within Regina. And to me, that would be accurate, but if you could, because that's where, that's where Regina Police is, but can you just elaborate on, did you hear the comments in that comment that she had made?
Yes, I did, and I do know, for instance, we do have some taxi drivers that actually live outside the city of Regina, but because they operate in the city of Regina as a taxi driver, they're required for a city license, so they're required to make an application with the RPS They do their background check, their criminal record check, sorry, and then the background check comes through my office prior to going over to City Hall to the issue of the license if approved. So it's, from our standpoint, especially with the expansion of Uber outside of Regina, the concern that this raises for me is you could have someone living outside the city of Regina, say Lumsden, for instance, could do the requirements, the provincial requirements that are required to open an account and actively work as an Uber driver. There's really nothing keeping them from coming into the city of Regina and operating an Uber all day long. And that's where I think the licensing component to Uber driver, individual drivers, is required. And if that is required, then they would be required to go through the same process through the RPS, do a criminal record check, ideally a vulnerable sector check, and then the background check through the traffic safety unit.
Okay, that's great. That's excellent. Thank you. And you've indicated, through electronic, you can't stress enough of having the internal checks completed, done prior to, which I think you've shared why the importance is. So, Mayor Masters, I would like to do make an amendment, if I can, and I know the clerk does have it. And can I get a seconder? Councillor Zakidniak, thank you. That the vehicles for hire bylaw be amended to require that effective April 1st, 2021, transportation network companies must require that new drivers and all drivers, upon annual renewal of their criminal record check as required by the vehicle for hire regulations, have a criminal record check and vulnerable sector check conducted by local law enforcement that complies with the Vehicle for Hire Act and the Vehicle for Hire regulations, and that such criminal record check and vulnerable sector check be completed not more than 90 days before the driver is authorized by the TNC to start operations and be completed annually thereafter. And that the city solicitor be instructed to bring forward a bylaw amendment to give the effect to the recommendation to the next meeting of City Council. Not more than 90, 30, 60 days. And I would just ask 90 days before the driver is authorized by the TNC. Could I just ask if Inspector Verbeek is still on the line? Sergeant Verbeek, sorry.
Sergeant Verbeek?
Yes, I'm still here.
Sorry, can I just ask, is the 90 days, is that too much? Is that, or would?
Typically from the time someone comes down to our office or online, because they can do online, typically for it to come through our office, it's within 1 to 3 weeks. It can go through our office over to City Hall, depending on, of course, holidays and time of year and stuff. But yeah, it is fairly quick process through there.
Okay.
Sorry, Councillor Bersiani, can I just verify? You're saying it's being completed, like it's coming out of RPS, and then the driver waits 90 days to drive? Yes, that's too long.
It says that such criminal record check and vulnerable section be completed no longer than 90 days prior to before the driver. So it can't be done 6 months out, but that was, I was asking, is the recommendation from police, could it be shorter than that? And I guess Ms. Shikowski, if she's on the line, or I'd like her opinion on this, as she recommended the 90 days.
Through you, Mayor Masters, that is actually, the 90 days is what we have for taxi drivers as well. So we think that that would be accurate. And it's just making sure that the criminal record check that's been conducted isn't too old, so that it's as current as possible.
Okay. Good. Thank you. So I guess I'll just let others speak to it just quickly, but the reason we did have a good discussion with a lot of questions, but really wanted to do our due diligence to find out from Regina Police Service as well as city staff if this was something that could be moved forward without impacts to, of course, you know, not discontinuing the service at all, just to keep it moving, but to have those extra. I can't speak, I think, I mean, for security, at the end of the day, I want every resident to be able to hop into an Uber or a taxi, and they know that we've done our due diligence to ensure that we have, you know, had the both the criminal record and the most vulnerable done. So I'll leave it there for others to speak.
Council, you're now speaking to the amendment itself. Councillor Shaw.
Through you, Mayor Masters, just to maybe add to this amendment, just a thought. Because when they're doing the ride share, I believe that these people, they're independent, so they don't have to ask to be hired by the cab and stuff. So maybe this could be changed to, instead of 90 days, is what happens if they want to do this and they can get the criminal record check back in 2 weeks? So maybe could we amend it to say that upon...
Sorry, just to clarify, what this is saying is that whenever it's completed, they can start driving. This simply says that the background check and the criminal record check can't be older than 90 days when they first go to license.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
Got it?
Yeah,
Okay.
now I got it.
Who's going to blink next? Councillor Findura.
That's me. Thank you, Mayor Masters. I am I'm 100% supportive of Councillor Brasciani's amendment here, the motion. If we talk about the industry, and I think the industry has been coming to us for a long time, we've, you know, and I was part of when the cameras were being installed, and we really pressed hard for safety. That we always talked about safety, community safety, and we did that. I was there. I was on that end where we actually kind of put a lot of, we made the taxi industry to really conform to a lot of the regulations. And I voted in favor of all that because it's important to know that safety comes first. And when someone tells me, just because I'm from over there, I don't have to have some kind of a correct criminal check or whatever, that's not right. It should be, it's easy now to, if you look at the report, you can do it online. You don't have to stand in the line. And it's for individual safety as well. So it isn't just one-way street here. There's two-way street. It's for everybody's best interest. And I believe that the industry has been asking to have a level playing field. I mean, I don't think they're asking that, and I'm not asking that. I don't want to see anything other than taxis here in Regina. Business is good. I mean, when another business comes into business, and I understand when there's business across the street, both businesses are surviving because its competition is good. But when there is one field that you play hockey on and it's on grass and you play soccer on ice, it just doesn't make sense. So to me, it's a simple. I asked the question: why is it so difficult to agree to a criminal record check where it's very quick, very inexpensive, doesn't really hurt anyone, it's causing no stress on any kind of behavior, well, doing business. So I think we should all be, as society, as community, if you know, we see what's going on, to adhere to these things. We're not punishing anyone. So I'm supportive of this. I always was, and I look forward to this going through. And let's get on with it. Get on with the business, and everybody can do their stuff. So thank you to Councillor Brasciani for bringing this up. Appreciate that. I'm supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Councillor Mole.
I just want to thank Councillor Brasciani for bringing this forward. I was personally considering bringing a motion forward in this regard myself with the Operations and Community Services Committee. So I'll absolutely be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mole. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. And through you, I am also going to be supporting this motion. I want to thank, I think it was both Councillor Brusciani and Zakidniak who worked on this, so thank you both for this. And even though there was a lot of statements made about Uber being, that their app is secure and that that's their what they fall back on in terms of security, in 2015, there was their data set was hacked, and there was over 57 million users and driver data that was accessed. So an app is not perfect. It can be hacked. It's not the best thing. If I wanted to, when my son was younger, to accompany his class on a school trip, I needed a criminal record check. I mean, I think it's quite common to have a criminal record check, and the fact that taxi drivers have to have it, I am in full support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stadenchuk. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. I have a question for administration as well as for Sergeant Verbeek. I understand the rationale. I'm supportive of it. What problem will this solve? And I understand you cannot disclose details perhaps of operations, but had this been in place, could certain criminal offenses or problems have been solved? Have these kind of background checks been successful in potentially preventing incidents in the taxi industry? So I'm really just looking for clarification on how this is going to help. Is there evidence that has worked in the past beyond just the principle of advancing this bylaw?
Sergeant Verbeek, if you're still on the line, could I get you to answer
Yes,
the
I am.
question first?
Yes, I can, Mayor Masters. Yes, in fact, I can say that since May 15th of 2019, there's been 5 rideshare drivers that I have suspended and 8 taxi drivers suspended during that same period. Now, not all these are prior to them driving, because they can be suspended after they've been approved, depending on what has occurred. But the 4 to 6 weeks delay, again, I can't stress enough, a background check is more than just a criminal record check. And that's still the priority here is we can't predict actions of people, by all means. And no system, no app, really no bylaw, no system is 100% foolproof. But we just need to make sure that we've done everything in our power to try and limit the risks as much as possible. But without doubt, there has been cases regarding rideshare that if a background check had gone through this office, they would have been caught, they would have been prevented from driving. So it may have prevented a certain incident with a client in the Uber, or it may have prevented, it may not have prevented what the actual act was later, because not all the time it occurs actually in the vehicle. Sometimes it's away from what we consider their work life. The important thing is that once they get a criminal record check here done, vulnerable sector check, they actually physically get a piece of paper that they walk out the door with here, with that stating that what their record is. Then for taxis, for instance, then it comes to my office. So, but the drivers can't drive until they get approval from the city by getting that taxi license. So this is change to the bylaw here, the amendment, I approve, but keep in mind, when they come down here for that check, for the criminal record check, vulnerable sector check, they will leave that office before it comes through my office with a piece of paper stating that their criminal record is clean, because it is. But it's the background check that we need. So we need to ensure that they're not allowed to drive until that background check is done. And as the way the rideshare regulations are right now, once they get that criminal record check, they can take that, their driver abstract, forward to SGI, and that gets forwarded to the rideshare company, and they can operate right away.
Thank you. Follow up to that. Sorry. I'm kind of curious as to who makes the judgment call of whether or not someone following that criminal record check is allowed to drive. I understand, I can probably list certain offenses, those have been mentioned. At the same time, people who have criminal backgrounds often have difficulty securing employment. This does not mean a blanket ban on anybody who has a criminal background, correct? That there would be a subjective element to decipher who should or should not be driving? And who makes that call?
No, you're correct. I mean, no different than people's driving records too. I mean, some are over the point technically you shouldn't be allowed to drive. A rideshare, for instance, but again, it could be from 20 years ago, and obviously they've shown that they've changed their ways and everything else. So, yeah, it's not a blanket because you have a criminal record. You can never drive rideshare or taxi or tow in the city of Regina by all means. RPS does have a policy. There are a few that would prevent you from ever getting a license. Obviously, like homicide, serious sexual assaults, stuff like that, by all means, would be large concerns. But no, our policy is that if you've been charged with a summary offense, so it could be a shoplifting, theft, assault, it's 3 years by the end of whatever the courts have ordered as punishment. So if it's a year of probation, you'd have to wait 3 years after that prior to applying. And if it's past that point, then it wouldn't be a concern. As far as other behaviors, file surveillance, stuff like that, that might be ongoing, that's not going to show up in a criminal record check. Again, depending on the circumstances, it's hard to give a blanket answer because if they are under surveillance, typically what would happen is I would reach out to the investigating officers and determine whether or not, for instance, would them operating on rideshare or a taxi, will this hamper or do damage to the investigation? Yes or no. I don't even know the details of the investigation myself because that's need to know. But I would ask that question. If they say no, then they would be approved.
Thank you.
Oh, can I just add one more thing?
Certainly.
So if someone is denied, for instance, there is an appeal process. So there is a board within the Regina Police Service. It's myself. I would do up a memo lining why they were denied in the first place. And then there's a staff sergeant and the person in charge of our criminal records that would review the files in entirety. And as a committee, they would say yes or no to my findings. And then basically that information gets sent to our chief. The chief reviews it and then responds to the complainant on this. And he may or may not overrule the committee's choice, but there is an appeal process.
Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak.
Off. Oh, there we go. I will be supporting this as well. I just want to point out one part of the report on page 7, where it says that currently RPS is provided a list of drivers affiliated with TNC at the beginning of each month, whether or not they conducted the criminal record check. And RPS has to complete or is completing a secondary review of drivers, similar to what is done with taxi drivers. And during this review, they use their police database, which is not accessible by any other law enforcement agency. So aside from all the other reasons that folks have brought up, this is work that the police service is already doing. And so it's also, there's a safety concern, but it's also making it more efficient and safer and more thorough just to leave it in the hands of Regina Police Service or whatever local enforcement agency. So I just wanted to add that as another reason to support this change. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skidniak. I just have a question for you, Councillor Bresciani. It would seem to me that based upon what Sergeant Verbeek was saying, is that there is a criminal record check, a vulnerable sector check. There's also a background check, and I'm wondering if that's not missing from your amendment. That's my first question. My second question is it your intention to not provide licensing to TNC drivers until this is completed? Or were you intending for the current process of they can drive for 3 weeks without this being done? Okay, because I'm not sure this addresses that element. I guess I have those two questions for you.
So, no, the intent is that they would not be able to drive until they get the background checks. And it would mirror what we do for the taxi industries, exactly that. So it'd be no different. And that was the intent of this motion. And I would ask that, you know, if there is a wording in here, I would ask that either administration or, you know, if you want to just explain to me where you see it maybe isn't, or Mr. Clerk, I don't know.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I mean, I may defer this to Solicitor Wary, but what I might suggest is in the wording where it says have a criminal record check and vulnerable sector check, you might consider tweaking the wording if Mr. Wary thinks this is appropriate, to say have the appropriate background check, comma, criminal record check, and or vulnerable sector check. That would cover all three, I think, with respective wording. I would ask Mr. Wary to chime in on that. And I do think, again, my reading, again, it's a bit wordy and it's a bit long, but I think I see this answering your question, Mayor, that it says that this has to be done not outside 90 days before the driver is authorized to start. So I think that part is clear. But I would ask Mr. Wary to chime in on what I suggested for wording.
Mr. Wary?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. If this amendment is approved by council, we would take it away and we would want to make sure that it is not going to create a more onerous standard than currently is in place, either or inconsistent with what's required under the provincial legislation or what is currently required for taxi drivers. So I think that's what we would bring back to council by way of a recommended bylaw amendment. So I'm not sure we need to, I'm not sure that we need to worry too much about adding these three specific things. I think we will probably rely on the current wording in the taxi bylaw if we can to make it consistent and make sure that it's not contrary to the provincial legislation, which really sets minimum standards. Council certainly has the authority to create more onerous standards. So that's what we would bring back. So I wouldn't suggest any further wordsmithing. I think we know if this passes, I think we're pretty clear in the direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wary. That's my questions for you. Councillor Brashiani, would you like to close out?
I think, again, just thank you to administration for the update as to how things were going with the whole TNC. It's vitally important. Thank you to Councillor Zakidniak as to the conversation that we had at operations, and bringing this forward to, and also Regina City Police. Again, they're here to keep us safe. This was a recommendation, and it's our job to ensure that residents are safe. So I'll leave it there.
We are voting on the amendment as it's written. Mr. Clerk, would you call the vote, please?
Thank you. I will begin with Councillor Bresciani, please.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
The amendment passes unanimously, Mayor.
Thank you. We still have the main recommendation within the report to deal with. Are there any further questions on this issue? Councillor Zakidniak?
So we've had a lot of conversations today, and I know that previous council did as well, with some concerns brought forward and discussions related to safety. We've addressed a change with the criminal record check, and we've discussed cameras some as well. I'm going to propose an amendment, another amendment, and this is that we have another review of this, and I suggested a year, but I'm open to 2 years or whatever. I'm open to feedback if there's another time frame, but it does seem that it would benefit for us to, as we have additional data in a year or two, to examine how it's going and whether there's further changes that are needed to bring our TNC regulations further in line with taxis, or just as regulations for Uber are changing in the world in general. So This is my proposed amendment. And I don't think I have anything further to say, but I'm open to questions.
Thanks, Councillor Kinnick. I'm just actually does this have to be an amendment, or can it be?
It should be an.
It should be amendment, got it. And
Well, I guess I-
is 1 year enough data during COVID, or should it just, because of the circumstances, be 2023 at this point in time?
Yeah, I'm open to this. I have an idea that it seems to me that council has indicated that we still have lots of questions about this. I think it would be relevant to bring it back for a review. I'm open to feedback if that should be 1 year or 2 years. And I'm especially interested with the previous council who had lots of experience, if this feels sufficient or necessary, or if they have other suggested revisions to the wording here as well.
I think my comments on it would be that given COVID, given just the 37% reduced ridership to date, and the implementation of the criminal record check, background check being implemented for April of this year, that perhaps 24 months from now would be a better time frame, just a more complete picture of more normal operations. But that's just my comments. I'll let someone else speak. Councillor Stevens. Oh, sorry, I apologize.
I need a seconder.
You need a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Findura. Councillor Stevens, you're up.
I understand the spirit. I oppose the review simply because I'm all reviewed out on this issue. I understand new councillors want to see that. I've seen this go through many times. It's like a Christmas you don't want. It comes around every year. Parking, yes. So what I would recommend is just to the mover, just withdraw it and move on some of those items. You're not going to get a different statement, I would argue, on cameras. We've been through this 3 times. I don't think the outcome is going to change. Hopefully this doesn't happen, but unless there's a major incident, nothing's really going to change the outcome, I suspect. So if your concern is over cameras and safety, I would recommend you do it now. I don't think there's going to be any new data. Ms. Schakowsky and staff have provided this kind of information and feedback and environmental scans a handful of times. I think this is busy work. I understand the spirit. I would recommend you withdraw it and just move on some of those items if you feel that they're important. Just a thought.
I don't feel, I'd say that I don't feel ready to move an amendment related to cameras at this point, especially because there aren't other jurisdictions in Canada that currently use cameras. In 2 years' time, that data, those trends may change, and we see that there are regulations changing related to Uber all the time. And so I suspect 2 years from now, it'll be a different situation in terms of what are the regulations that Uber is required to operate under. And that's where I think it would be relevant. And, like I said, I am open to feedback. This doesn't have to be a review. One of us can always bring forward a motion at any point. So, but, I thank you for your feedback. And I guess I'm still interested to hear what others are thinking in relation to this as well. So
I'm actually just going to interject here, and I want to ask administration a question. Are you continuing to collect the data as it relates to taxis and TNCs in any event?
So through you, Mayor Masters, yes, Ms. Schakowsky, they're always monitoring and evaluating and collecting the data. So if circumstances change, or if the rules or new requirements are introduced that Uber has to follow in other jurisdictions, then obviously those are things that we would bring for a discussion with council.
So hearing that, I think you're going to have the data. You can ask for it as an individual at any point in time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay.
Councillor Findura.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I second this because I truly believe that with safety, and that's what we've been talking about. And I do understand what Councillor Stevens is talking about. I do support that that we've gone through this. So either we make an amendment now, but I'll have a question to Councillor Zahidniak. I mean, if you are not comfortable because you just like you say, you could be you are a new councillor, and you need a little more time to look at this. Because I was going to bring an amendment to actually put it on the floor right now and vote on the cameras.
Okay.
So if that's the appetite, I mean, I don't want it just to be wasted. because I did that last year before that, so I do it every time. It just doesn't seem to fly anywhere. So I don't want to be wasting too much of the time of anyone. But when will we see the? We will not see this in 6 months. Could we ask for Rupert to come back in 6 months and then maybe then to say, ask for a camera at that time? Would that be a little bit easier time for some of our new councillors to kind of wrap their heads around why the cameras and why not, or investigate? Or would you want to? Because I would want to put it. I would put it right now, but I would want to too at the same time give a little bit of a leeway to see if we could, think about in 6 months as we're going through to see what's out there. Like I said. We have an answer from the administration saying that yes, there are records being kept all the time, and we know the result from the police, from the city, on the cameras, how they use, how many times they get called to do a video on incidences. So,
actually, not to interrupt, Councillor Ventura, I think I'll let Mr. Holden speak.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
So through you, Mayor Masters, obviously we'll take the direction of council, but I think there's been a demonstration today that the interactions with the Regina Police Service and Sergeant Verbeek and the change to the requirements around background checks, criminal record checks, and vulnerable checks, as the situation changes and if there's something that warrants us coming forward, we can do that. I'm going to respectfully ask that we allow Ms. Schakowsky to focus on 2 other initiatives that council has directed us to do, and that is body rub establishments and Airbnbs. So it's just all a matter of priority. If council wants us to bring a report, whether it's 12 months or 24 months, we can do that. But right now, we would be one of the first municipalities to require cameras in TNC vehicles. So I think if we can move forward with the change that will be approved today, and the commitment from the administration that we'll continue to monitor, and if things change and require something, that we'll bring it to council for consideration.
Mayor Masters, to you, I appreciate the comments, and I see we are overloading a lot of departments on things. So, and prior to, we talked about maybe we should just put put one thing on the table and then move on. So I will reconsider putting a motion on the cameras right now. I know we've asked that last year, and going anywhere, I don't think we have. I'm kind of mixed on this, but I don't want to put too much stress on what we're doing. So let's deal with one. So I think I'm not going to put a motion on the camera, and if I'm just going to stay with what we have in front of us right now. Thank you.
Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would actually, I'm getting some back feed. I will support this.
Yeah, it's all good. My voice is a little bit hoarse today, but other than that, I'm fine.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. I'm not sure who this is, but you're not on mute. And your voice sounds great.
And we know you have a hoarse voice.
Do you know who it is?
I got a request from our duty.
Can I get embarrassed?
Okay. So,
I have no idea.
yeah.
Okay. All right.
Are we good to go?
Sorry. Please proceed,
Good,
Councillor
thank
Bresciani.
Nice to have a little humor in the room. I will support this, and the reason I say this is because as councillors, we get so inundated with lots of issues, right? I wouldn't have remembered that in a couple of years ago or whenever this was to come back, but it is important because we wanted to know, and we haven't really talked about it a lot today, but we talked about other things that have come from Regina Police Service, that safety and things aren't working within this, so we would have never known that. We only would have reacted to this if there would have been a stabbing, a fatality, or something like that. I think this is proactive. I don't think there's anything wrong with this. As far as a report to Mr. Holden, I would say it doesn't have to be in depth. Again, it's more of just a basic bare bones report to say, what are the changes in the industry? If there is, could be some municipalities that are going to now, there are some that do allow kids, that take kids. So, again, These are things that we need to be cognizant of, and it kind of keeps us abreast. That's the only thing I'm suggesting. And I'm fine with two years, but again, it's just another flag. But the only thing I would like to add in this one is also just in regards to the disability funds, because that is important to us as to where those funds are going and how we're doing on that. So if Councillor Zakiniak would be open to just adding in that piece of the accessibility, the fees, the dollars, I think that would be, and how they're administered, the accessibility dollars. So almost we're going to get an idea of how much that they have collected in the last 2 years, like over a year, and how they've been dispersed, which I think is, again, important to the people in paratransit and the accessibility community.
Councillor Zakiniak, are you comfortable with that amendment to your amendment?
Yes, I'm fine with that amendment.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Councillor Fundura, are you a seconder? Are you okay with that?
That's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw.
Through you, Mayor Masters, now that we're talking about the accessibility funds, I would just like to know, I didn't realize that this is the first time we've had these funds, so they've never been dispersed, they've never been used. We don't really know where they're going. I'd like some clarification and some engagement as to where they're going and to who they're going to, and what works best for the cabs. I know what your suggestions were. Your suggestions, based on, but is that what is going to work best? I don't know how much engagement that you've done on that, so I'd really like that to be more clarified, and maybe more engagement as to the best way to spend that money to help these cabs in order to get some accessible riding share.
Thanks, Councillor Shaw. I don't know, Mr. Holden, do you want to take that one, or do you want Mr. Ware to take it at relative? Thank you, Mr. Holden. Oh, do you want me to turn your mic on? There you go, sir. Sorry about that.
Actually, that was a pointing up to me and Mr. Wary or Ms. Sikowski, Mayor Masters. Thank you.
Mr. Wary, apparently you're up.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Masters. We had recommendations in the report as to where this money would go for this year. So there's our three items: to reimburse the annual license fee to each accessible taxi cab owner, to provide a rebate to accessible taxi cab owners for each fare provided in the previous license period, and then thirdly, to rebate to taxi operators that provide taxi services for Regina Paratransit based on the number of trips provided. So those were the recommendations in there. The amount of money is not going to be great this year because it's charged on a per ride basis, and COVID will impact the pool of money that will be available. But we would undertake to report back to a committee and potentially council on the status of this if this motion or recommendation is approved by council. I don't know if Ms. Sikowski has anything to add to what I said.
Ms. Sikowski?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't have a whole lot more to add other than, yes, these three items are how we are wanting to disperse the funds. We had engaged with Regina Paratransit and, of course, heard concerns from the taxi industry previously, and figured that these were the best ways to ensure that those providing accessible transportation were the ones actually receiving some type of incentive or reimbursement for the well-needed work that they provide. And we would be willing or able to provide in future reports just how we did disperse the funds.
Now, just to add to that, obviously I didn't quite hear you the first time because I thought that there wasn't any engagement done. That was just kind of something you had thought of. So if you engaged with the taxi cabs and you've done that due diligence to come up with these three recommendations, then that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that that was conducted. Thank you. That's all.
Councillor Hawkins? Have you muted everyone?
Whoops. Thanks very much, Mayor Masters. I want to support your recommendation that if a report is to be brought back, it needs at least Q1 2023 in terms of time. Councillor Zakidniak made the point that this is new in many jurisdictions, and it would help us to understand where this is going to have information in that sense, and that will require more than just 11 months. So I support the motion as it reads at this point. And I want to make one other point. We've talked a lot about safety, and I think safety is important. But I also think it's possible when you're dealing with small business to over-regulate small business and therefore crush it. And I think we have to be very careful to balance the importance of safety against the importance of not over-regulating small businesses like Uber, and thereby preventing them from getting a foothold in our economy at a critical time. All of that we will better be able to do that balance. All of that will be clearer to us, I believe, in 24 months. I think 11 months would be too short. So I would support the motion as it reads. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Seeing no further members wishing to discuss, we are calling a vote on the amendment as it. Oh, sorry, I apologize. Councillor Skidniak, you can close it out.
Okay, I'll be quick. I do think, as Councillor Bresciani mentioned, to me, this is an attempt for us to be proactive and to have a check-in about what we've implemented and see how it's going, and also to have a sense in those categories about what other jurisdictions are doing, because it's constantly changing at this point. So, and as mentioned by administration, we are collecting this information anyway, so hopefully it won't be, I don't wish to overburden administration. Hopefully it can be following a similar format of the current report, even shorter, just an update on how it's going, and a file and receive where we just have this information, and perhaps there's nothing to discuss, and we're just having an update on how our policies are working. So that's some of my thinking around this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. No further questions. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote on the amendment.
Thank you. I will begin with Councillor Zahidniak, please.
In favor?
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
Against?
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Passes 10 to 1, Mayor.
Okay, one more time. We have an automatic stop at 3:15. We have 21-26 TNC review.
And we still aren't done this item.
That's what I mean. We're not done this item. So there is recommendations as amended on the floor that Councillor Bresciani introduced some time ago. Do any of the members have any further questions relative to this item? Seeing none, Councillor Bresciani, would you like to close out the conversation on the original recommendation?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Councillor LeBlanc.
I just want to make one comment for administration. So I'm in favor of the two recommendations as put. The first recommendation ends with such as the initiatives described further in this report. There are three which Mr. Wary covered. I just want to address the three. So the three relate to the way we will spend the accessibility fund, which is accumulated by charging 7 cents for each Uber ride, essentially. On my read, the accessibility fund would then be put back 2 out of the 3 points to the taxi cab owner, which, as I read the taxi bylaw, means the taxi company, and the third would go to the taxi operator, which I take to mean the taxi employee. So I take those three recommendations to mean none of this accessibility money goes back into the hands of the people who need accessible transit to get around. And so my recommendation is that as we look at spending these funds in the future, we focus on getting it back into the hands of people who need accessible transit, not those who provide it. So I work on the assumption that those providing accessible transit do it because it's currently profitable to some extent. And if it weren't profitable, they wouldn't be doing it. And I don't know that we need to offset some of their business costs to increase their profitability. Rather, the larger concern is the difficulty in accessing affordable, accessible transit. So I would just put that as a point to administration, but I'll vote in favor of it as drafted, and thanks for the report.
Seeing no further comments, could you please call the vote on the original item?
As amended, Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor. Thank you. We are on legislative recess in no more than 4 minutes, so let's take it now. It's a good time for a break. We're going to break for 15 minutes, which according to your computer, not the wall clock, according to your computer is exactly 3:26. I'll see you back here. Don't make me get the gavel. Thank you. Up with. It's 3:25, folks. You got 1 minute. Welcome back, everyone. What's up next? City Manager's Report. We will now consider item CM 21-20, Candidate Campaign Contributions and Expenses Report. Jim Nickel, can you introduce the report, please?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. This report is a perfunctory receive and file that council needs to consider and take into for information purposes. This arises out of the Regina Municipal Election Expenses Bylaw, which requires all candidates running for mayor or council position to submit their expenses within 90 days of the municipal election. And that was on February 8th of this month, that being 90 days from the election that was held on November 9th, 2020. So the information outlines each candidate's expenses and the contributions that they received, and that is required by law. You will notice in the Appendix B that there are 8 candidates for City Council position that did not submit an election expense contribution form. As of this afternoon, we received one of those late entries, but that is still late and will be documented as such. Accordingly, there is nothing for council to do in this regard. We now work with prosecutions in our legal department to determine if charges under the election expense bylaw are warranted. So this is just for your information. It's outlined in the report, but I've been asked by a number of people, if you are a member of council, elected to council, and do not submit your expense claim by the deadline, you would be disqualified from remaining on council, and you would be barred from seeking public office for 12 years. Other candidates who are unsuccessful lose their deposit of $100 and are subject to potential prosecution, but that is where the penalties in that regard end. There is nothing more that we do. This just tells you what happened with the 85 plus candidates running for office.
Thank you. Can I have someone move the report, please? Councillor Bresciani, can I have a seconder? Councillor Zakidniak. Any questions from members on the report itself? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani, please. In favor. Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moole.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries unanimously, Mayor.
Thank you. Committee reports. We'll now consider item CR 21-23, 2021 out-of-scope general wage increase. Councillor Bresciani, can you please introduce the report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the CR 21-23, the 2021 out-of-scope general wage increase. If I can have a seconder, please. Councillor LeBlanc, thank you. Okay, so this is the general wage increase of 0.50%, effective January 1st, 2021, and 5% effective January 1st, 2022 for out-of-scope employees.
0.5?
Oh, sorry, 0.5. Did I say? Yeah. 0.5 and 0.5. Make that very clear on the record. And so, again, this is for the out-of-scope employees, and pretty straightforward, but I would like, and I would add that the estimated cost for adopting this would be about $150,000 in 2021 and $150,000 in 2022. And I would ask administration if they wanted to elaborate at all, please.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So, the recommendation in front of you is 0.5 for 2021 and 2022. It's important that, across our entire organization that we maintain competitive wages in terms of attracting and retaining staff. Of course, this is for out-of-scope staff. There are approximately 200 staff. Those are leaders in the organization, people in some of our professional positions. They lead the 2,600 staff in the city to make sure that at the end of the day, we're able to deliver city services to residents that are safe and reliable. The 0.5 is reasonable and responsible given, the COVID situation that the community is facing right now, and of course the financial position of the city. So we're looking for council support to provide a 0.5 for each of the next 2 years to our out-of-scope staff.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from members? Seeing none, did you wish to close off the vote? Close off the discussion? Mr. Nichol, please call the vote.
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Bresciani, please. Councillor
I'll vote
Bresciani?
yes.
Okay. Councillor Moll?
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli?
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak?
In favor.
Councillor Shaw?
Opposed.
Councillor LeBlanc?
In favor.
Councillor Findura?
In favor.
Councillor Stevens?
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins? Councillor Hawkins? He's on mute. Councillor Stadnichuk?
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins, are you there? I will indicate he's gone. Mayor Masters?
In favor.
Carries 9-1, Mayor.
Thank you. We will now consider CR 21-24 City of Regina Recovery and Efficiency Review Program. Councillor Bresciani, can you please introduce the report?
Thank you. -24, the City of Regina Recovery and Efficiency Review Program. If I can have a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Okay, so this was a good discussion regarding to have a third party do an efficiency review and establish, there was different pieces to it. So phase 1 of the program will conduct efficiency reviews of 6 to 8 city services with a direct reporting to mayor and council. Make recommendations to council to improve or adapt the 6 to 8 services that are reviewed. And also establish a small efficiency review sponsor team that includes the city manager and a day-to-day assigned city project manager with direct engagement with council throughout the authority to coordinate access to all parts of city administration to gather necessary city data and information. And also to establish a regular monitoring and reporting process to council for both the review process as well as the implementation of the recommendations. And establish standard methodology for efficiency reviews of city services. And then the key here was to establish a recovery and efficiency task force out of the mayor's office with a member of community and council acting as co-chairs to engage the community leaders and provide advice to council on COVID-19 recovery efforts to support our community, and to approve up to $250,000 from the general fund reserve to secure an independent third-party consultant to complete phase 1 of the efficiency review program. So there was a discussion here, and it was a good discussion in the fact that we, as have not done a third party, had someone come from outside since 2007, I believe. 2004. Thank you, Mr. Holden. And so we felt, council did feel it is time to do that. And also, it's important to understand that this does not just mean dollar cuts. It means really empowering staff to look to see, how can they work differently? What can we do? I think things have changed. And I think it's great to ask the staff, engage the different groups that are going to be, that will be decided. But what do they want to see differently, and how we can work, together to find those savings. So I'll leave it there and for others to respond, but I ask for concurrence.
Thank you. I'll ask City Manager Chris Holden to comment.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Not much to add. Obviously, if council approves, then we will move to issue a request for proposals to hire the consultant. We'll establish the Recovery and Efficiency Task Force through your office. So we'll move to implementation almost immediately. And just further to Councillor Bresciani's point, when the review was held in 2004, employees did have an opportunity to engage and put suggestions forward. And if my memory serves me well, there were well over 1,000 suggestions that came from staff in terms of either process improvements or cost reductions, just opportunities to identify how things could be done differently, from the lens of our frontline workers. And of course, as we move forward with this review, I think there's an opportunity to engage our unions and associations. One, in the efficiency side, working with the consultant so that their perspectives and suggestions and thoughts are being presented. And of course, the other side would be on the Recovery and Efficiency Task Force to make sure that we have some union representation around that table as well. So looking forward to moving this forward.
Thank you. I have Councillor Moll and then Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Moll.
I'll just reiterate something similar that I said at the executive committee. When I door knocked 1,800 doorsteps during my campaign with me and my door knocker volunteers, this is the point that was brought up to me on the doorstep the most, was efficiencies and finding efficiencies. And it's the point that Ward 10 residents spent the most amount of time with me on the doorstep talking about. So thank you, Mayor Masters, for bringing this forward. And I'm going to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Mayor Masters. I have a question and maybe a comment. How is membership in the Committee on Recovery and Efficiency Task Force being determined?
I think I'll take that one. Councillor Hawkins, what we're going to do is I've spoken with Councillor Stevens to co-chair with a member of the community, and in collaboration with Mr. Holden and the two co-chairs, a list of representation from both the business community as well as social enterprise within the city itself, trying to keep the committee small, to keep it nimble. And so that would be sort of how it was established.
Thank you very much. I think it's important that any committee like this its membership be voted by council. That's the process we follow in all other situations. I think that we've had instances in the past where committees have been established that haven't been voted by council, and it's never worked out very well. So I'd like to move an amendment that I move that membership in the Recovery and Efficiency Task Force be approved by council.
Councillor Hawkins needs a seconder. Councillor LeBlanc seconds. Discussion relative to the amendment?
I think I've said what I've had to say. I think it's just fairly obvious that if we're going to have a committee with any credibility that's going to be advising council, council should vote the membership on that committee.
Understood, sir. Councillor Stadicek, did you wish to speak to the amendment? No. Seeing no discussion to the amendment, Mr. Clerk, can you call the vote?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnicek.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens. In favor. Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moule. Mayor Masters.
In favor.
The amendment passes unanimously. Mayor?
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins.
Thank
Speaking, yeah, you bet. Speaking to the main item, Councillor Stadnichuk.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Masters. We had a long discussion at Executive Committee, so I don't want to ask too many questions or belabor this too much, but I do want to say that, you know, in the community, there are some concerns about what an efficiency review will do, concerns about cuts to services or cuts to staff. And, you know, what's considered efficient can be very subjective. Sometimes in past efficiency reviews, we have seen services privatized. The lean operation in the provincial government was supposed to save millions and millions of dollars, and it actually, a lot of academics, so it's not a bias, but independent academics actually calculated that to have actually cost $100 million. So I do, I will support the efficiency review as long as all of the information does come to council. And so that we can see all of the elements of what is being proposed. I was going to ask a question about who will be consulted, but the city manager already responded that the unions that work at the city will be consulted as well, so that's very important. My only question would be regarding the 6 months. So $250,000 it's up to for an independent third-party consultant to do the phase one. Is that flexible time frame? Is that a hard 6 month time frame for that to happen?
I think I can speak to that a little bit. Mr. Holden, I'll have you follow. Just in consultation with other communities who have had it done, once awarded, it's about a 6 month process to filter through with regular updates and reporting as well. And with regarding your other concern relative to coming back to council, I think that's why the recommendation within the report itself says that phase one is nothing happens after phase one until council has a chance to review the recommendations and in collaboration with administration discuss whether or not a phase two is warranted or how it's warranted and what to do about some of those recommendations. So that will be absolutely reporting into council. That is the intent.
Okay.
Mr. Holden, did you wish to speak to that?
So just further to your comment, Mayor Masters, obviously when we put out the RFP will indicate obviously what outcomes we're looking for in the timeline. So if there's any challenges from consultants at that point, then that would be their opportunity to raise them. But to the mayor's point, the majority of these reviews can be done in 6 months. What may change is the number of services that can be reviewed. Maybe it'll be 5, maybe it'll be 8. So there's a bit of flexibility in terms of the proposals that we'll receive.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I have some of the same concerns as Councillor Stadnichuk. I voiced some of those concerns last week, that efficiency might mean we're looking at cutting services, and I think I and several others on the council, we're not looking to hire a lean consultant to slash what's going on. So what I would ask administration to maybe allay some of my fears is, can you give me a sense of what is the definition of efficiency that is going to be included in this RFP? I assume, because that's the operative term, it will be defined in the RFP, but do we have a working definition of what efficiency is when we're looking at this efficiency review?
Mr. Holden?
So through you, Mayor Masters, so efficiency is really making sure that there is value for the taxpayer investment. You know, at the end of the day, the city provides a suite of programs and services. We deliver about 60 services. The reality is we need to continue to deliver those services. People need safe drinking water. They need to know that our wastewater services and our drainage services are in place. You know, they need to know that our road repairs are occurring, that snow removal is happening. So there isn't a huge opportunity in municipal environment to slash services. It really is about making sure, do we have the right structures in place for those areas that are under review? And are there ways that we can deliver those services differently? Can we utilize technology? Is there leading practice examples in terms of, innovation from other municipalities? So that's our starting point. So at the end of the day, we always say that, whenever we go through our budget processes, and this will be no different, it's not a goal to reduce the size of the workforce. It's to make sure that we are allocating the workforce to the priority work. And in some areas, we may be understaffed. In other areas, we may be slightly overstaffed. And there's, an opportunity to reallocate resources to make sure that we can deliver the best quality programs and services to citizens. So that's our starting point. To your point, we will capture that in the RFP so that consultants that are putting in proposals know exactly what the purpose of the review is.
Thank you. Perhaps,
sorry, go ahead.
To administration again through you, Mayor Masters. Do you anticipate when the RFP goes out that it will provide any direction on the desirability of a recommendation coming back that suggests privatization of some services? So that is sort of hiving them off from having city staff doing it to having a subcontractor or independent contractor doing it. Do you anticipate that that would be addressed in the RFP, or that the RFP would be silent on that point?
So through your Mayor Masters, I think it will make reference to look at opportunities for alternate service delivery. I think when you look at an efficiency, you have to look at that. The important part is that all of the decisions are council's to make. And they're not, I would say there's not a lot in terms of, those things that can be farmed out in their entirety. But even if we went back to 2004, there were examples that were raised through the core service review where it said, should the city be in this business? Should the city be in competition, say, with the private sector? So I think there needs to be a consideration of that. But through this process, those decisions come back to the floor of council for you collectively to make a decision as to whether you want to pursue that type of an option or not. And I don't see that there will be too many of those opportunities, but I think there will be a few, just based on previous experience.
Great, thank you. And then just one final question to you, Mayor Masters. So I see in the report it says the city's commitment to continuous improvement has achieved cost savings of $20 million over the last 4 years. Wonder if you can just tell me two facts about the $20 million cost savings. One, whether that led to any farming out or privatization of services, and two, whether that led to the reduction of any jobs or services provided by the city of Regina.
So through you, Mayor Masters, so that's over our last 3 budget cycles, and of course, when we released the proposed 2021 budget early in March, that's the total reduction is about $20 million in cost savings. So that comes from a combination of factors over that time frame. People remember back in 2017, the revenues that we received from the province were reduced. So at that point, we looked at things like, that's when we moved to biweekly garbage collection in winter, right? Which for the most part seems to be fairly successful. So there was a number of reductions or adjustments to service levels that came out of that 2017 review. Mentioned previously that we did a management review of our out-of-scope staff and realigned our organizational structure, reduced the number of executive team members, reduced the number of departments, and of course that had a savings of about $3 million. So there were a few people through that process, out-of-scope staff, that were exited from the organization. But then just through regular budget processes, we always take a look at our resourcing. And are there opportunities to eliminate a position? And it's not eliminating positions for the sake of eliminating a position. It's a matter of fact that we've found an opportunity where we had some redundancy in the organization, we had some duplication, and as such, we've been able to reduce the workforce. But we've always done that through making sure that either through retirement or attrition, that we've been able to manage that. So yes, that $20 million has had some impact on our workforce. We always look at contracting out. So we have conversations regularly with our unions. What's the balance of providing a service internally and providing it externally? So winter road maintenance is a good example. When we have a major snow event, we bring on independent contractors to assist us with, the snow clearing and removal efforts. It wouldn't make sense for us to have a fully staffed, in terms of manpower and equipment, et cetera, for, a snow event that may happen once or twice a year, or may happen once or twice every 5 years. So we're always looking at those opportunities to balance internal versus external, and what do we privatize and what do we do internally.
Great, yeah, thank you, I appreciate that. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani?
I just had a quick question in regards to, I guess I'd be the last speakers because I introduced. Is there any other speakers? Okay, I'll wait till then. Sorry about that.
Councillor Zakidniak?
I just wanted to note, I noted this at executive committee, but I do think it's important when there is a statement in the report that on page 3 that says the primary purpose of the efficiency review program is to find ways to do more or better with the same. In terms of language in the RFP, I think that makes it pretty clear what the objective of the review is. So I might suggest that something like that be included in there. To me, that makes it clear that the goal is not to cut services. So I hope that we use similar language when we're discussing with contractors about the point of the review. And I'm happy to support this also with the recommendations coming back to council prior to implementation. I think that there hopefully we can find some efficiencies, some ways to do more or better with the same. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Seeing no further, Councillor Bresciani, you want to close out the report?
Just, were you going to speak to it, Mayor Masters, at all? No? Okay. Just quickly, in regards to the 6 to 8 services that will be reviewed, will council be I guess, engaged in discussions as to what I'm sure every council would probably have a couple areas that we would like to have looked at. So how will that be done? And does that come back to council for review, or how is that communication done through you, Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Mr. Holden.
So through you, Mayor Masters, the decision on those 6 to 8 service levels will be council's decision.
Okay.
Obviously, once the consultant is engaged, administration would make some recommendations based on some criteria, and then the consultant would evaluate those. They may have adjustments. They may accept what the administration has put forward, or they may not. But ultimately, the consultant will make a recommendation to council very early in the process to say these are the services that are going to be reviewed, and that will be a decision of council.
Great. Just a comment. I think this is well warranted, and I spoke about it earlier. And I'm going to give an example of since I've been on council since 16, we're still talking about it today, and that's filling those potholes. And it's no different. You get a call from someone and said, there was a city truck here, and guess what? They would not fill that pothole that I said is just down the street. Those are the things that I hope this efficiency review changes. And I want the union and I want the groups to come together to say, yeah, we've had this in probably for 30 years and it hasn't changed yet. So maybe now it's time to look at that. And we can say, yeah, there's another 5 on that road. We're filling them all. We're getting them done. That's what I want to see. So I hope that it's not just that one, but those are the kind of things that we look at collaboratively, because the staff are going to be first to say, I'd love to fill that hole. But guess what? I can't because it's not on my sheet, right? So those are the things that I think we can work more efficiently, and that's just one. I'm sure we've got a few others. But on the same token, I appreciate the work the city staff do. It's just sometimes they get caught up in the process, and that's what I hope this looks at, is how do we work, together to find those efficiencies. So leave it there. Thank you.
Seeing no further members wishing to speak, Mr. Clerk, would you call the vote?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Bresciani again, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Opposed.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 10-1, Mayor.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is we will consider item CR 21-25, the 2020 review of public outstanding items. Councillor Bresciani, can you please introduce the report?
So I move the 2020 review of public outstanding items, CR 21-25, that the office of the city clerk is responsible for maintaining and updating the list, and the items remain on the list unless a report comes forward and recommends the removal. So I really have nothing to add. We did there's 4 adjustments on there that were discussed at committee that now have end dates, and I just ask for your concurrence.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani.
And I'm not sure if Mr. Nicol has anything to add.
Mr. Nicol, do you have anything to add?
Thank you, Mayor, other than to just remind members and the public that this is something that we do every year. This is just a list to show where motions have either been made or referred to a committee or back to council. It just cleans off the slate so that you have an understanding that items that have been requested by you have either been addressed or there's a time frame in which they are going to return to either committee or council.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I just have one question for administration. In Schedule A1, report CR 15-9 about the rail yard renewal project. I see it was originally scheduled to come back March 31, 2019, and now has an updated return date, Q4 of 2022. I just wonder if you can provide me with a bit of explanation about the length of delay and whether it may be possible to get that back sooner than the end of next year. Thank you.
Ms. Howard, Mr. Lacey. Mr. Lacey.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So thank you for that question. That motion was passed in 2015, and it's pretty broad reaching. Talks about planning documents like neighborhood plans, concept plans, financial plans. And so we actually have been back to council with a number of plans. For example, the neighborhood plan was approved last year by council, and shortly we'll be bringing forward in this upcoming year the concept plan and some sustainability guidelines around the project, and providing an update to council on the financial piece as well. So I'll be honest, when I look at that motion in 2015, it's pretty broad, and I personally have struggled about how can you check off the box saying we've met every single one of those pieces, because there's many parts to this project. And so we put the year end in to come back by the end of this year, and what I'm proposing to do is when we come back with a concept plan or another document related to the yards this year, my intent is to come back and make that motion more specific. So take it off the books and then make it more specific exactly what we're going to bring back over the next year or two. And I think that will be more helpful for us as administration and for council to understand exactly what's coming back, as opposed to that broader 2015 motion.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, that makes good sense to me, so I'm fine. Thank you.
Councillor Findura.
Thank you, Mayor Mr. Through you. Question, I did get an answer at an executive, so I'll ask just for the public to hear it. I had some inquiries from the area. It's the report MN 20-19. It's the noise attenuation on Ring Road. It says here that the initial return was March 31st, but now it's going to be updated return for June 21st. Because I did have some inquiries when this is coming back. If the public is listening, I would like to, through you, Mayor Masters, hear from administration reason why it's coming in June, not in March.
Great. Apologies. Mr. Holden, you want to take that one?
So through your masters, I might ask Mr. Warren if he's on the call to make a comment.
Mr. Warren?
Hi, through you, Madam Chair. Yes, so I believe the question was around the Ring Road study. If I could just double check on that.
Yes.
So yes, we're currently involved in procurement for a consultant on doing the study itself. So the plan is to have the analysis and work continue through 2021 with the possible recommendations and coming in 2022.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Zakidniak.
Sorry, as a follow-up to the question that Councillor LeBlanc was asking about the railroad crossing in Eastview, I just want to note that I've also had a request from a community association in my ward about becoming a quiet zone. So I don't know if that should be if that might be considered as a part of that motion, if that's something I should follow up with somebody about afterwards. But if we're going to be talking about that later on this year, then I wonder if that would be added to that report.
Anyone in administration care to address? Mr. Holden?
So through your masters, which is the report? What's the reference number in appendix?
So it was in Schedule 8.1, report number EN 19-2. And so in this list of outstanding items, it's specific to Eastview. And since the election, I've had the same request about one of the communities wants to be considered as a quiet zone. So if we're already having a report on this, does it make sense to add, like, how do we report on other areas of the city aside from Eastview who have also had that same request?
So through your masters, so obviously, you know, the quiet zone related to the railway tracks and anti-whistling, that's always been a challenge in terms of you have to work with the federal government and you have to work with the rail companies, and it's very difficult if you don't have, you know, signalized, you know, at-grade crossings. So it's something that we could include in the report to just expand, you know, the explanation as to exactly why and how and what it takes, whether it's at Eastview or any other location in the city.
I think that's what I'm asking, that, you know, I know that I've had those requests, others may have as well. So just to note that I would like some broader information, not just specific to Eastview, but also wherever else it's applicable as well. Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevens?
Great, thank you. Schedule A7, page 310 of the report, MN 19-23, the lead service connection management program. I don't need to know details, but I know the report comes back to us in April of 2021. That's after the budget. Do you envision some of this being implemented in 2021 and not having to wait for a full budget cycle? I don't need to know the details, but is it still possible to work on some of this important public health issue outside of the budget discussion?
Sir, I think it's your turn this time.
Through you, Madam.
You've been waiting all day.
Yeah, through you, Madam Masters. We are continuing the lead service connection management program, the existing one, and that does mean replacing lead service connections. That will be ongoing in 2021. What you will see in April of 2021 is options to advance the lead service connection management program.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no further questions, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Bresciani, please.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries unanimously, Mayor.
Thank you. Moving on, we'll consider item 2127, Drainage and Lot Grading Regulations, MN 19-10. Councillor Bresciani, can you please introduce the report?
Thank you. I move the CR 21-27, Drainage and Lot Grading Regulations. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you. Councillor Zahidniak. So, now this is a report on the drainage and lot grading that came from a motion back in 2019. And it's in regards to a service that we did have back in 2007 that came from, that it was a budget cut. So we did do this service back in 2007. It was a budget cut. Before I get into this, I want to say thank you to Mr. Dustin McCall for all his work. There's been tons of work in this. And also to Ms. Harlick as well for this. Lots of work to re-get this up and going. Administration did provide 3 options for this. And at committee, we did support option 3. And that was the enforcement of existing lot grades with 2 new positions and enhance the status quo. So there were 3 options that were given, as you probably saw in the report. But committee felt, and I feel strongly, and I'll be able to share kind of what I've learned through all this, but the status quo isn't enough. And this is asking for to have a bylaw in place that actually enforces this. Now, what happened in the past is it's really, cities put it up, just it becomes a neighbor dispute, neighbor to neighbor. You guys work it out. And, you know, we just talked about providing city services. If this isn't one, we do every other city service from bylaws for dogs barking to weeds to other ones. This one is very, very important because it can cause major damages to neighbors. And I was absolutely disappointed when I found out that we did not have a policy in place similar to other cities as Saskatoon and many other cities across Canada. And when I went on Edmonton's website, Calgary's website, all these websites, I saw quickly they had a lot of information on there. Also, the Regina Home Builders absolutely supports this because they get caught in the middle as well. And but before I get started, I guess I would like to ask if administration has anything they would just like to open up into why this is here.
Ms. Harlick, would you like to comment?
To you, Mayor Masters. So I might start and then ask Mr. McCall to go into more depth about the recommendations in the report. As Councillor Bresciani said, it was a service that we had back in 2007 that was taken away, and currently there's a number of issues. We have a number of bylaws that are not providing the information for enforcement, and so that's one of the recommendations, is that we do put forward a bylaw that's clear and concise about how drainage works and how dispute resolutions would take place. Currently, what we would do is we go out and we try and work with landowners, but we don't get involved in the legal dispute. Right now, we just try and play that facilitator role. What this recommendation, or if option 3 is approved, what it would do is set up the program and we would get into an actual enforcement. Of course, our preference, as with a lot of our bylaws, is first to try and facilitate and get compliance without having to go down the enforcement route. We never want to go that way, but it is the option if we can't get there. One of the things with this program is it's not, it would not be able to be cost recovery unless we did go to court and actually went there, and then at that point there's only certain costs that could be recovered. So the intent isn't that this is a cost recovery program. It's about facilitating the need to help landowners and neighbors who might have changed their grades, to help facilitate discussions to ensure that the two landowners can get to a place where one isn't impacting the other. And that can be anything from landscaping to building structures, et cetera. So as they outline in the report and the report that Mr. McCall prepared that's attached, it is a complex issue. And if we did move forward with option 3, it would be for putting it into place for 2022. Because we would need this year to do all of the background information and get the program reestablished. I'm not sure if Mr. McCall wants to add anything with respect to the details around the recommendations if option 3 is approved.
Go ahead, Mr. McCall.
Through you, Mayor Masters, just maybe one addition. When we did the research related to other cities that have a similar program in place that do indeed do enforcement, that there is a initial period of about 2 years that there's an additional effort from a legal department, which is why you'll see a cost breakdown or a cost range in option 3. So it's anticipated as the program progresses and gets well established that the costs or the overall cost would most likely be reduced as per research in other cities. So.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So if I can just, with that, Mr. McCall, or through you, Madam Chair, just in regards to the Saskatoon model, which I really appreciate that they have had utilized no enforcement. It's really been around the engagement piece, but they indicated when I spoke with them, and I'd like just your response, that we do need to have that enforcement piece to it. So homeowners, they have to do something rather than we'll just be where we are today. But yet Saskatoon has managed to get neighbors to work together without having have utilized any of their legal. Can I just get confirmation on that? Through you, Madam Chair.
Mr. McCall, go ahead.
Can you please repeat that? I apologize. I was making notes.
Saskatoon model, there's a couple things. The Saskatoon model that they've utilized no enforcement. They haven't had to go to court, I guess is what I'm asking you to use the legal. That's what I'm asking, that we'd hope we do work with the neighbors. And this individual we'd be hiring would be a bylaw officer, but also he'd be a surveyor, or she would be a surveyor as well. So we'd be, meeting both there, just to be clear.
Through you, Mayor Masters, to your first point, Saskatoon did enforcement in the first 2 years. So during the implementation of the program, they did have heavy-handed enforcement, and then that was in 2005. So beyond those years, those initial years, they have had a soft approach where they go out and they try to work within individuals, and they had not any further enforcement action taken since then. So, but after talking with staff, those first 2 years are critical for enforcement. So, and to the second point on the job description research, most other cities usually use either a combination of a bylaw officer and a surveyor to support, or a new job description a job description that would be new to Regina anyways, that includes a officer that can conduct orders through this new bylaw, presumably new bylaw, and also have the surveying and technical expertise to provide those services in the field. So they can go out and understand a situation by looking at a field situation and resolve that with the customer. So.
Thank you. And the last question, the dollars for this is a range, and that's until I think we can decide what is needed. And I'd maybe ask if just for clarification for council as to why there's a range there. Through you, Madam Chair.
Through you, Mayor Masters. That's correct, because as Mr. McCall said, if this program is approved to be initiated, we would have to go through the job descriptions, cost out the program fully, and then work through our JD process to get them classified in the unions, et cetera, and then we'd have a better cost. So by approving option 3, what council would be directing, it would either be that you would be directing it that this program is going to be established for 2022 and will form part of the 22 budget, or you would ask for this information to come back in the 22 budget in order to be considered against everything else. So just to be clear, just from a budget perspective, I think the intent of Councillor Bershiani and the Commission's motion is that it would be approved and form part of the 2022 budget.
Just to be clear there, so when I brought this forward, just so council knows, the new councillors, I really wanted to come be in the 2021, but then with COVID, it was pushed back. So I am fine to allow it to go into the 2022, so it helps staff plan for this. I'm fine with that. I don't want it to be a budget item. It needs to be in the plan. It's plenty of time to do that. So that was my understanding at committee. And we're going to get more for our bang because Saskatoon and Mr. McCall they just right now do rear lots. In this would be rear lots and side lots. They're moving to that now. So I think, again, if we're going to be doing this, let's not reinvent the wheel 4 or 5 years down the road. Let's just get into it and do it right. So, again, lots of work on this. I want to say thank you to the staff, and I look forward to concurrence from council.
Thank you. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you very much. Mayor Masters, through you, I am supportive of the option 3, and I think we need to do something because I've dealt with this for many years where putting neighbor against neighbor, that's not the way to do things. Where neighbors have to take each other to court to decide that four of the neighbors down the stream are flooding, water going into the basement, and neighbor at the top of the hill is building a gardens over top of our catch basin. The neighbors will not go to court with each other. That's just the basic. And by trying to ask someone to do something, we know a lot of times it's not going to happen. So this is important. I mean, we're not there to start punishing people. But I want to ask one question about, if my memory serves me correct, if I enter the information into the website to look for a catch basin in the rear areas, like because a lot of the areas have fence to fence, there are no alleys. Would I be able to find where the catch basin is? And I believe the last time I checked, it's marked in orange, and you can see exactly where every single catch basin or whatever the drainage you talk about, culverts, that are there. Is that correct? I mean,
Mr. Holden?
So through you, Mayor Masters, that information is currently available on regina.ca. I would just ask Mr. Doney just to make sure that it's up to date for some of the newer subdivisions.
Mr. Doney, back to you.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So that information is online, and I'll also share an opportunity that we are going to be rolling out as far as adopting a catch basin. So residents will be able to adopt a catch basin and take some ownership of that catch basin in the future.
okay, thank you, Mayor Masters. So it is important because when you think about how many neighbors that in the area, the damage to the property, damage to the fences, water's going up as far as up to their property, going into the house. Remember residents burning out 3-4 sump pumps, small sump pumps to pump their water from the rear to the front catch basin on the street. But yet there's a catch basin no more than 100 yards to the south, and it's under a garden or raised garden. And I know that was, I'm not sure it was 1976 or 73, there was something that's in it that we moved away from dealing with these things. Is that true? I'm not sure if I'm looking at the right thing. That where we pulled this off, that we didn't deal with that. If a property was built before 69 or something, you would deal with some things, and after 73 or something, you didn't deal with it. We just left it at a neighborhood level, and the neighbors to work at each other to resolve their problem. Am I fishing in the wrong direction or wrong?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters. I think what you're asking is why there's missing information from years past. So I might ask Mr. McCall to go through the process that we had years ago with respect to the survey plans and those requirements.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters, I believe what you're speaking to is the lack of reliable grade plans prior to 1973. That's more of a provincial-wide issue. A lot of jurisdictions within Saskatchewan have a similar issue where grading plans prior to around that period were unreliable in terms of they weren't necessarily checked in at time of subdivision. So when the cities create a lot at subdivision, there were no subdivision inspectors in certain jurisdictions, including Regina, that verified that those elevations were met as per the design. So there was a period prior to 1973, and I believe it's in the appendice report, I just don't have the page in front of me, that those were unreliable. So they may be correct, but it was difficult to enforce unreliable information. So that's what I believe you're talking about.
Okay, so thank you for that. I won't take too much time. So it's important now to move forward on this, because I was told that it would be costly to get through all these things, to facilitate the idea of drainage. But it's important now to move on this as we can, because yes, we are flat. And some of what Mr. McCall mentioned about the properties built in before 69, there was no grade, it was flat. So if anything, that will help now to make sure that water can travel to those catch basin, and that way it makes it much easier life in the neighborhood. And you see that a lot when you have fence-to-fence neighborhoods. Alleys are different because alleys do have catch basins, and when the alley maintenance is happening, the catch basins are being cleared and they're being maintained. But in the yards where you don't get in there because it's a private property, we have a problem with that. That's where the major problems major problems are as we speak. So it's a welcome move to that point without punishing, without being heavy-handed or whatever. But we need to do something. We can't be sitting on it saying, sorry, it's not our problem. You take your body to court and done. You sit back, drink beer afterwards. So so thank you for the report. Thank you for moving forward on this, and looking forward to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Stadenchuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through you, a question for administration. What happens now if, because we're talking mostly about homeowner to homeowner, but what happens if the city is responsible for some improper grading, like when a street is repaved or an alley is repaved, and it causes drainage problems for the resident? How is that managed or regulated or dealt with?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So we'll definitely, as we're doing any of our engineering, ensure that any rebuilds or construction will meet positive drainage so that we won't affect anybody. If there was an issue like that, then they would work with us to ensure that. Part of the problem, though, that we have right now is with respect to protection of our assets and ensuring that somebody else isn't affecting our assets. So that's part of the recommendation, is that we have some clear guidelines within our bylaws around that as well.
So just to clarify, so you're saying, because it is hard to hear with the masses.
Yeah, sorry.
To say, so you're saying that there will be bylaws to determine if a homeowner's grading or improvements to their property affect city assets.
Through you, Mayor Masters, that's correct. So we want to, with this drainage bylaw, we're going to kind of cover it all off. We just needed the direction on whether or not if council wants this program, and then the drainage bylaw will be adapted accordingly. And one is to look at our assets specifically.
Okay, well, I'll follow up on an issue, because I do have an issue where a back alley was paved and the homeowner is getting flooding now in her garage and backyard, and
it's damaging her garage, but I will talk to you aside on that. My second question is just, I see the importance of this recommendation of having some bylaw enforcement officers. However, I'm having a hard time struggling or trying to understand how this fits into the whole budget process. Because if there are priorities in other areas and council votes against a recommendation of administration for new positions in an area, how does that all fit in the bigger picture of the budget? Because I think there needs to be some kind of rational discussion around the budget and what kinds of positions are priority positions. So that's my main struggle with this question, is how does that fit together?
Mr. Holden?
So through Mayor Masters, there'll be a number of items that come to the council floor over the course of the year, such as this, which are, let's design a new program, implement a new program, and if that's going to be done immediately, then obviously the funding needs to be committed today, that if this was going to take effect on January 1st of 2022, that there needs to be up to $365,000 committed in the 2022 budget to advance this. There's another way, which is to say, we want this referred to the 2022 budget process, but that then means that Ms. Harlock and her team are not going to start to do the work. So there's no right or wrong, and I know that Councillor Bresciani wants to see this move forward. She's already waited a year. So all it means is that we're starting our 2022 budget with an additional $365,000 to implement this program. And there may be others. As we look at, the community safety and well-being framework, there may be additional requirements to provide support, resources to advance that. So Mr. Lacey will keep track of all of these, and when we start our 2022 budget conversation, we may be in a position where we've made some decisions to add some increased services or new services to the budget, and it may mean, that we're $1 million that we have to, our gap starts at $1 million. So there's no right or wrong. It's just a matter of the way you want it to move forward. So I would ask today, if this is something that you want to have implemented on January 1st, that the motion should say approve option 3, which is the enforcement of existing lot grades with 2 positions and enhance the status quo, effective January 1st, 2022, with a cost of up to $365,000 included in the 2022 budget.
Oh, thank you.
Councillor Mancinelli. Sorry.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd like to thank Councillor Bresciani for bringing this up. I think it's a very worthy subject. I just have a question. If this is approved, considering the implications of the pandemic and how much renovations, landscaping, gardening people have been engaging in as an outcome, would there be any way to communicate this clearly ahead of the actual legislation being made, just to allow people a heads up while they do invest their time, maybe again like they did last year in their yards, that they can have productive work and not make mistakes?
Ms. Harlock?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters. So our plan would be to move forward with the communication strategy, getting things up on the website as quickly as possible, and getting that information out in order to remind residents of their duty to ensure that they're maintaining a positive drainage on their property and not impacting other landowners. So definitely we would look to do that in advance of January 1st to get our communications up and running.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Sakiniak.
Okay, so I just have a comment and then a suggested revision due to a mistake. So first, I am supportive of the recommendation from the Operations and Community Services Committee. And I'm hopeful that with our ongoing and upcoming efficiency efforts, we can find the resources to invest in programs like this. And I think it is important to note that we did have a program like this prior to 2007. and I do struggle with the current process of telling residents that something is a civil matter between neighbors. In other words, you can sue each other if you can't resolve it. I think we can offer our residents better supports than that. And the mistake that I'm referring to is in point 2, it should say Q1 of 2024. So that is what was discussed through the committee, and it's just an error in the report.
Actually, Mr. Clerk, would you answer?
If that was a typo, Councillor Bresciani, you were chairing that meeting. If that's your recollection, then we will take that as is on the record, and the Deputy Clerk will change that number in the recommendation number 2 to 2024.
That is correct, thank you.
Councillor LeBlanc?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, I'm just looking for some clarification on what impact these enforcement positions should have. So, as I understand it now, if someone's yard is flooding and they think it's because of their neighbor, their option is to sue. Would the difference with this enforcement provision essentially be that the city would decide who is right, order a compliance, or issue a compliance order and fine, and if the neighbor so fined didn't like it, their option would be to go to court to challenge that? Is that essentially what the implication would be, or can you provide some insight on that? Mr. Wary, likely.
Mr. Wary?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Enforcement of this would follow similar enforcement measures that we would have in bylaws like the Community Standards Bylaw, which does rely on all of the enforcement powers that the city has under the Cities Act. So that would include kind of the progressive enforcement. Would start with voluntary compliance. If that didn't happen, then potentially an order to comply. And if there wasn't compliance, then the enforcement team would have to weigh the options. One of the options potentially would be to remedy the contravention and then add it to the tax roll as long as we follow the Cities Act. The second option would be to charge the individual and then have a fine and potentially have the court that convicts the property owner issue a compliance order that they would need to follow. The sort of the most intrusive measure is to actually apply to the Court of Queen's Bench for an injunction to compel property owners. So that's sort of the sequence of what we potentially could rely on if there's non-compliance. Some of the measures here, I just would caution council, would have the potential to be very intrusive if we don't. It's one thing to go in and clean up someone's yard. It's another thing to go in and correct grading that's already happened. So that in itself will be controversial potentially. And I also just want to caution councillors that on occasion, neighbors do use bylaw enforcement against each other. So I don't want to leave the impression that by creating these rules, suddenly neighbors will get along. That's not necessarily our experience in every instance.
Thank you for that. And through you, Mayor Masters, maybe a follow-up question, which is, if in the time between the notice and compliance, neighbor B's basement was flooded on account of neighbor A's grading, if they wanted to recover money for those damages, they would still have to go to court themselves, wouldn't they? We wouldn't say, you owe neighbor B $100,000 for basement damage. That would be outside of what we would do, isn't it?
Mr. Wary?
What we would be able to recover is what measures we would have to take to remedy the problem, not the consequences of the problem. So I'd have to look at that further, but I believe, in answer to Councillor LeBlanc's question, that would be a separate matter that would require a property owner to bring an action in nuisance, which is a recognized cause of action for damages against the neighboring property for causing the damage, as long as it can be proven in court.
Thank you for that. I have a related question, which is on page 5 of the February 17th report to the committee. It indicates that based on data received from Service Regina, there's an average of 26 complaints per year about damage or drainage, grading drainage issues, 26 per year. Do we have any information with respect to whether that number was higher pre-2007 when the city was still doing enforcement measures of the sort contemplated in option 3?
Mr. Weary? Ms. Howard? Sorry, Mr. Weary, I'll punt it to Ms. Howard.
Through you, Mayor Masters. I might ask Mr. McCall if he has the data that's the pre-2007, but I can note that the experience that, having talked to City of Saskatoon, that once the program is in place, you do see the uptake in it and the numbers do increase and then they taper off with the education and all of those sorts of things. But I'll ask Mr. McCall if he knows what the numbers were previous.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I believe it was around 150, and I'm not sure what the breakdown was. What's in the report related to 26 was specific criteria given to Service Regina, looking for lot grading, lot drainage, and specific to lot drainage issues. Now, I'm unsure that 150 in the prior to 2007, I believe it included more than that, so that's why you'd have such a wide difference. An example of the Saskatoon program, I think for context, is they get about 200 and I believe it's 208 or something over the last year. Of that, 35 are related specifically to lot grading, and the other remainders are various drainage issues because of the breadth of what drainage issues can encompass. So if that gives you some context.
Thank you. Maybe one just follow-up question to you, Mayor Masters, to make sure I understand correctly. The 208 per year figure cited from the City of Saskatoon, are those all things that would fall within the scope of enforcement we're contemplating here in option 3, or would it be the 20 some odd that you referenced that would be caught by the enforcement provisions in option 3?
Go ahead. Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll correct my number. I've got it now. 156 complaints received by the City of Saskatoon in 2020. 60 were general advice. 24 were lot graded. And of the 24, 13 required lot grading surveys and support related to the position specifically. The entire 156 were handled by that specific area. So if we were to, presumably if we were to start a similar program, the 156 would be shunted from their Service Regina to the new service area to deal with whichever drainage areas. What I found through discussions was they're usually the starting point for a drainage complaint, and they may end up working with another area within the city to resolve that drainage complaint, whether it be drainage operations or something else.
Thank you for that. So just a comment then through you, Mayor Masters. I was, before that interaction, planning to bring a recommendation to go with option number 2. And the reason being because if we are only getting 26 complaints a year and the budget is about 270,000, we're talking about 10,000 per complaint. So in light of that information that there seems to be an uptake when enforcement is available, I'm comfortable with the report's recommendation, and so I'll be supporting it for option 3. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. See some clarification on the 2 full-time equivalents. I understand one is through the chair trained to do specifically what we're requesting here. My reading is that the secondary position is a support role. Correct me if I'm wrong on that first point. And secondly, if it is a support role, would they also be able to offer assistance to other enforcement, specifically bylaw enforcement responsibilities? So in other words, there's no shortage of concerns around bylaw enforcement, et cetera. Would this just add to other work that could be done and other support roles this person could serve?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So I might start and then ask Mr. Weary. The idea was that we were looking for 2 full-time equivalents, and yes, one was partial. One was for the actual drainage surveyor, or whatever the name will end up being, and then the other was for legal services. They were FT or equivalents because right now we need to really work out the program and see the uptake. So depending on the uptake, I'd have to ask Mr. Weary whether or not, if there was capacity, then yes, they could potentially be. But in the other sense, if we see an uptake and we need more on the other side, then that's where we might have to adjust. So it would be adjusted accordingly. I'm not sure if Mr. Weary would have anything else to add.
Mr. Weary?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. In terms of the legal support for this, we don't typically budget it in this way, so there's a lot of work that's done. Lawyers don't typically just work on one area, they have multiple assignments, so that would be something we'd have to assess on an ongoing basis, whether this type of enforcement is going to create significant enough demands that it does impact staffing. On the question about whether if there's additional capacity for the people that are doing the enforcement of the drainage provisions, it all depends on which area they're going to actually be located in. One thing that we've discussed administratively is that, and you've heard in discussing this recommendation, is that the people doing this will have to have surveying expertise, perhaps some engineering around understanding drainage and the like. That typically requires some sort of an engineering expertise. So it's a question of where those positions would be housed and where they would report to. So it is a good suggestion in terms of, as you build out the program, assuming it gets approved, how you are going to resource it. And it is, while we can rely on experience in Saskatoon, we are going to have to make our own estimations and assessment of how this is going to impact demand and staffing. So I hope that assists.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Bresciani, would you like to close out the vote?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just make a couple comments quickly, and then I will bring an amendment. And if Amber can get it up on the screen. I feel very, very strongly this needs to be into the budget for 2020, not as a line item, as part of the budget. And I've been out to many, many homes, and it's actually embarrassing for the city. It's embarrassing for us as a city to say we can't do anything. And it really is. When you've got someone whose yard is flooded like a pool, and they say, well, you know what, go to court. That's all you got. Fight your neighbor in court. And, the other thing that's super disappointing is that we've got drains, city drains, that are in backyards, in neighbors' backyards that they've fully covered with dirt, and they've gone over with grass. And guess what? Nobody can do anything. And the neighbors say, geez, my yard's not draining, the next yard's not draining. Well, do you know why? That guy just filled the manhole. So I don't want to get into this discussion at budget time. I'll be very frank, I want it in the 2021 budget, because this is something that if I'm going to take out a bylaw, well, let's look at maybe some of our bylaws that aren't causing major damages, but this does. When someone's fence flops back and forth, the trees die, they put thousands of dollars into trees in their backyard, and they can't do it because, and then the other piece is, we've heard from Regina home builders, and they're saying, absolutely, this needs to go forth because it always comes back to them. And guess what? They provide a drainage plan, put hundreds of thousands of dollars into a drainage plan that homeowners are supposed to follow. They give all of those plans to the city, and we have all that documentation as it's in the report. And guess what? We don't do anything with it. So my amendment is that it would be that option 3, enforcement of existing lot grades with the 2 positions and enhanced status quo come into effect January 1st, 2022 with the cost of up to $360,000, it be included in the 2022 budget. And I just want to say that it's, if it comes back that we don't need and as Councillor Stevens has indicated, in Saskatoon, how they work is the surveyors, if there's not enough work in, say, at winter time or whatever, they would help the other areas. That's, I hope, comes out of this efficiency, that they work together. Same with legal. If you don't need a full position in there, you're going to be working in some, and when they need it in the summer, they're going to reciprocate. That would be my goal. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Can Councillor Bresciani have a seconder? Councillor Shaw. Anyone wishing to speak to the amendment, or shall I call the vote? Councillor Stevens?
Just for clarification, so rather than the typical process through the chair of us submitting this to the budget discussion, staff would make a consideration, weigh this against other priorities. Instead, what we're saying is this shall be in the 2022 budget. I guess my reservation with that is, and I agree with the process and the intent here, but you know, if we're balancing a variety of issues, I don't have a full scope of what we want to do in 2022. I don't want to. I understand the impatience. At the same time, I've seen a lot of interest in a variety of different files amongst council. I'd like to weigh this along with others. If this doesn't pass, and it's not guaranteed, what would happen anyways? Not just in terms of the budgeting process, but what would you go ahead with regardless if we just go to the status quo, with the recommendation currently in the report?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Madam Chairman. So as outlined on page 6 of the report, option 2, we would take all of those actions by creating the new bylaw that would allow us to conduct enforcement on risk to city assets. And we would do all of the communications, create lot grading guidelines, and create processes for the establishment of infill lot grades and publish that. And then review the process for the creation of lot grades and explore the cost of title registration. So everything that's outlined on that would be what would be done. And we'd still do the facilitation up to what we do today, which is we do go out and meet with landowners. We provide them as much information as we have available.
Okay.
But we wouldn't be able to go to that next step that the report is, that option 3 would be, which is actually having the tools to be able to do the next level of enforcement.
Okay, thank you. So I guess if I vote against this, what my message is I still support the spirit of it, but it's instead of phased-in approach. And during a subsequent budget, we can still revisit this. And in fact, Councillor Bresciani, if you wanted to, when we talk about the 2022 budget, we can bolt that in there. So either way, we're going to see a phased-in approach. It's just whether or not this is a priority item in it. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Shaw?
Through you, May Masters, before we call to vote here, I would just like to discuss this. I've had this issue lots with people on the doors, and I'd like everyone to consider if this is your home before we put this in the 22 budget to realize how important this is. So just that. Thank you, that's all.
Councillor Mancinelli?
Thank you. I like the idea, but I can't support it with all the pressures currently in the budget situation. To talk about it out of line, apart from the budget, without knowing what I'm balancing against, I can't support the increase in speed on this. But I do appreciate the importance behind it.
Bresciani if she has.
Councillor Bresciani, do you have anything to add?
Thank you. I would just add that what's deemed a priority for us? That's my question. I asked council colleagues. You know what, we have hundreds of things that are going to come forward. And you know what, at the end of the day, I think that when we look at what's needed here and we see what's happened, I'll give, as to Ms. Howerlick's response, what the city does now is not working. It's a waste of resources, actually. You're sending people out that can't do a thing. They can't do a thing. There's nothing, they don't have the power to go to the neighbor and say, you can do this. They don't have the power to do anything. They can give you some papers and they can tell you what to do. Because guess what? That's what happened to me. 4 different levels of management or whoever they were in the city came out to my backyard, took a look at it and said, hey, can't do anything. Why would you even come out, just say you can't do anything? That to me is a waste of resources. So if we're going to have a policy in place, let's make sure we've got some resources and we can engage with residents and we can work together to make sure that we're going to actually be able to do something. Don't send someone out to say, my hands are tied, talk to your neighbor. Well, and you know, at the end of the day, we've got a weed bylaw. Someone can call about weeds and we'll go out there and we'll do that. But yet we don't have anybody to look at this to say, you've got the grade level. We need to get it to grade so you're not flooding your neighbor, or we've got seepage into a basement. Infill is a big one. And I've heard from many of my colleagues that are not any longer around this table, this was a priority. So I ask that you support this to get it into the budget for 2022. And again, in my discussions, I was under the understanding this was going to be in the 2021, but I was okay to wait because of the COVID impacts to 2022. Leave it there. Thank you.
Ready to go?
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote on the amendment.
Sure. I will begin with Councillor Bresciani, please.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Opposed.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
Opposed.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 9-2. Mayor? We're back to the main motion. Go back to the main motion.
Thank you. We're back to the main motion. As amended. Any further? Thank you. No? Okay. Any further comment on the main motion?
Okay.
Do you want to close anything?
No, we're good.
You're good?
Thank you to my colleagues for supporting that.
Thank you. Mr. Kirk, please call the vote.
Thank you. I will begin with Councillor Bresciani, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk. In favor. Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Motion as amended passes unanimously, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now consider CR 21-28, Saskatchewan Indian Institute of Technology UPass program. Councillor Bresciani, may I ask you to introduce the report?
The Saskatchewan Technology UPass program, CR 21-28. So this is a program that is offered through the transit fleet, and it is authorized to the Executive Director of Citizen Services to negotiate and approve a 2-year agreement with the Saskatchewan Indian Institute of Technology for a UPass program. And this has been done in the past, and it's been a very successful program. And I believe it's important to see it continue. I would just ask administration just to, the cost of it, if you could just speak to it a little bit and the cost. Thank you. Oh, sorry, I would need a second.
You do, you need, thank you.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So the cost of it is $36,000 that the Institute will provide to the City of Regina.
Thank you. And the benefit of this as well is that they're able to use this, just not going to they can use it, it's a pass, right? So they can use it to, yeah. So it's a very good program, and I ask for concurrence. Thank you.
Questions from members? Councillor LeBlanc?
On my review, it looks like under the terms of this U-Pass, students pay about $30 a month for a bus pass instead of $80. My question for administration through Mayor Masters is, does the city lose money on this, or what's the financial impact for us on that discounted pass?
Mr. Drummond?
Through you, Mayor Masters. Director Brad Bells is online. I'll ask him to refer to that.
Mr. Bells?
Thank you, through Mayor Masters. The Transit Department doesn't lose any money on this initiative. We came up with the $36,000. That was what we used to earn in revenue from the pass before it happened, and now, so we're making sure that we don't receive any lost revenue. So that's why we came up with the $36,000. There's no additional bus service on the road. It's simply a bus pass for those students of SIIT.
Thank you. If I may extrapolate, would it be fair to say that the monthly rate of each student here is at or around what it in fact costs our transit service to service one bus rider for a month? Is that about where we're at? Would be the, $36 a month, something like that?
Mr. Bells?
Through your Mayor Masters, again, SIAS has approached us that that was the revenue we were taking in, and they just distributed through the 140 students in the program. Therefore, you are correct. It appears that they're only paying $250 for a monthly pass. If the U-Pass was not in place, they would be paying $78 per month for 10 months, up to $780. So yes, it works out to $250 divided by the 10 months.
Great, thank you. No more questions.
Seeing no further questions? Well, Councillor Hawkins, please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor. I can't resist asking this question. Appendix B, post-secondary student ridership shows an increase in ridership from about 730,000 up to 1.2 million. I'm wondering if the Transit Department has any information, statistics on the number of U-passes that aren't picked up at the University of Regina.
I'll ask Brad Bells to respond to
that. Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't have the information in front of me related to the University of Regina U-Pass. There is a number of students that don't pick up their U-Pass that's mandatory with them.
Thank you. I'll comment on that in a moment. I just want to ask one other question. During COVID, when lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of classes are in Zoom, what's the situation with the U-Pass and potentially with this new pass as well? Are students still charged the fee even though all their classes are in Zoom? That's the question.
So through you, Mayor Masters, again, through the SIAS U-Pass of the 140 students, they're approaching us and they still want to continue the pass, even though they do have some classes that are virtual. They do see the benefit that they're recommending that we approach the U-Pass with them, that again, that they have the monthly pass continuous for the 10 months that they can use transit service throughout the entire season.
Is that the case at the University of Regina with U-Pass as well?
Through you, Mayor Masters, currently the University of Regina U-Pass is suspended until they approach us when they go back onto learnings at the University of Regina.
Thank you. And one further question. On I'll leave it at that, but I do want to make this comment. In fact, at the University of Regina, a very large number of students never pick up their pass. So what the program means, in effect, is that students pay for the pass who don't use it and subsidize students who do use the pass. Which is problematic for students, I think. It's a great deal for the city. I just want to make the point that in fact, is what's actually going on here. I remember my last question, Mr. Bells, and then I'll leave it at this. When you say SciEst, the students at SciEst approached you, did they have a referendum? Who approached you? How was this handled?
Mr. Bells?
Through you, Mayor Masters, and just to be clear, this is the Saskatchewan Indian Institute Technology.
Sorry.
Yeah, they approached us. I don't believe they had a referendum. The school approached us representing the entire student body of 140 students.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Masters.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Bells. Councillor Shaw.
Mayor Masters, I'd just like to ask a question since I'm new to all this, and my children both go to university and they pay the UPass, neither one of them use it. My one daughter has a wheelchair. Is this UPass, would it be including her to get around? Through you, Mayor Masters?
Mr. Bells?
Yep, through you, Mayor Masters. All the students, when they have the UPass, it's available for both service deliveries that we provide. So both, if the customer is a paratransit customer, we would honor that UPass through that as well.
So just a follow-up question to that, does the paratransit actually offer the same type of accessible traveling and transit as the able-bodied buses do?
Through you, Mayor Masters, can you explain your question further?
Well, I know what the answer is because I know that my daughter doesn't use it. The paratransit doesn't offer the same type of hours and services that the able-bodied buses use. So even though she's paying for the transit, the UPass, it's really not the same level of services that the people that are able-bodied receive. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, there may be some slight differences of the total hours of work between the two conventional transit and the paratransit branch. Paratransit actually offers 2 extra days of service on 2 stat holidays that regular transit doesn't offer. So the hours of work would be slightly different from the morning and after midnight, but overall the service is available on paratransit 355 days of the year.
All right, thank you.
Seeing no further questions, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
I will begin with Councillor Bresciani, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Finjura.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries unanimously, Mayor.
Thank you. Bylaws and related reports. We will now consider items CR 21-29, Community Wellness Committee Terms of Reference. Councillor Bresciani, can you please introduce the report?
So I move the CR 21-29, the Community Wellness Committee Terms of Reference. And it is to approve the committee's terms of reference, which are outlined in the report, and that the committee members and administration did hold a workshop in early January 2021 to initiate discussion and share ideas and perspectives regarding kind of what the committee would look like in the mandate. And so, yeah, that's it. So excited to kind of have the terms of reference to get the Community Wellness Committee going.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Stevens, you're the chair of this committee. Do you have anything further to add?
I do, yes, thank you. So we had a pretty robust discussion. It was a one agenda item, still took a long time, but we got through it. I think an important thing to emphasize is that the formation of the committee is a starting point, not an end, and I think it is also a reflection of Council's collective commitment to tackle important issues like housing insecurity, homelessness, addictions and other important issues that we've identified. Dialogue has already started internal to the city, as well as with counterparts in the provincial government. Something that came up there that is worth discussing is who's on the committee. So currently what we approved and what I support is it's a council or councillor-only committee of 5 members. But there was a discussion around whether or not we should include members of the community. And the spirit behind that is that we have to ensure that community organizations, residents, those who are affected by housing insecurity and addictions, for instance, have a say in policy. So I'll ask administration, with the status quo, it's a councillor-only committee, how would the community be involved in shaping policies that relate to those issues that I've mentioned?
Ms. Harlick?
Mayor Masters, so on those types of initiatives, when we're looking at policy, we do a robust engagement with the community and stakeholders, which we then allow those groups to provide their input through our processes. And then we also, when anything comes forward, that they come to the committee meetings and council to speak and give them we afford them that opportunity to come here to have those conversations with committee and council. So throughout any policy development, as I said, we always try and get the broadest consultation that we can to get the best policy direction to put forward to council. So I can answer any specific questions.
Perfect. Just a concluding remark before I turn it to councillors. I do in spirit support community members. I think the difference between this and another committee was the Housing Commission, where you had members of the public, but the focus of that committee was pretty one-dimensional, it was housing issues. And so you could have a broad range of planning community members of the provincial government, CBOs, talking about housing. This is a bit more complex because there's a range of issues here, and I think there's an added difficulty of who would you select, how would you pick that criteria. Anyways, I think there is a commitment all around to have community involved, but I am supportive of the status quo, and I appreciate council's reflection on what we have here.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I sit on the committee with you, and I know we had this discussion, Councillor Andrews. I just feel that we can't address the problems if we don't know what the problems are as we're sitting on the committee, and there's so many problems. So what I may know, or what Councillor Andrews knows, or Councillor LeBlanc will think to bring up, and then we'll take it and further discuss it. We might not think of something that needs to be discussed if we've never been there. And I'm supportive of the status quo, but I'm really reluctant to not have somebody, or at least a couple people from the community that have lived poverty, that have dealt with drugs, that have done it. They know what's out there. They know the resources. They know where it's lacking. They've lived it. They've breathed it. I really feel that we want to form this committee to be successful. We need to build a really good foundation to move forward and make this successful. And I don't want any things where we go back and go, oh, well, we should have done that, or we should have done that, like we did with the Housing Committee, or what I know of how you did it with the Housing Committee. So just to put that out there. Thank you. That's all.
Councillor Bresciani?
Thank you. I'm excited to see this come forward. I know it's something that was kind of talked about in our last term, and great to see it started and so quickly. I would agree with also what Councillor Shaw has said in regards to engaging community organizations, but I think the tough question is, who do you have there? But I would say, if you're talking about mental, illness and suicide, then you would have, experts brought in to have those discussions. Same thing if you're looking at housing and poverty, because there's so many. I don't think people can be adverse to all of these issues, like one or two people. So I would rather see it that we have, ad hoc groups that would be around homelessness, and they would be around addictions, and those are the experts. So I would like to see that there would be that dialogue. This committee would reach out to those organizations to form that foundation for those issues, rather than it just being one group and the same kind of people. So that's my suggestion. You guys can take that away, but I do think that that would be, we get the experts in the room on all different levels, not just on a few. So anyways, that's it.
Councillor Stavenchuk?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, I think that my question is similar to what Councillor Brusciani just said. When Ms. Holrick spoke about that you have robust conversations, engagement with people in the community, there is always the opportunity for them to come to the Wellness Committee, right, to do presentation. So if it's on whatever issue it is, if it's addictions, that we have those people in the room while we're discussing. So what I'm trying to understand is, would that be before we are dealing with a report, or would be after a report has been fashioned and we're dealing with that report as a committee? So is it at the end or the beginning? If I'm clear, I hope I'm clear.
Ms. Howrlock?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So it would be, depending on the topic, it could be before, during, and that, like, during. So, because with the committee, depending on what the issue is, that's part of the challenge is that there is so many issues, and we want to make sure that when we're dealing with a specific issue, we are bringing those experts in, and we might bring them in at the beginning to formulate some of the initial conversations, and then we'll do consultation, and then they may come back after. So it'll be dependent on the issue at hand and the issue that we're trying to resolve.
Thank you. No more questions.
Councillor Findura?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Masters. I just want to make a comment, but first as the administration looked at different committees that we've had, part of that report to council and what impact they provide and the strengths and all that, I see the importance of community to give input. Would this be something, because this committee is, as other committee of 5 councillors, would this be something where we can put I call it a town hall, or what Councillor Varshan will do, make a call out that. I think we talked about that from other jurisdictions, other cities have, but there's something really out there, contagious, something really that people want to talk about. You gather it's maybe 300 or 2 or maybe 50 or 20 people from the community, come together and talk about the issue that council committee is dealing with. Would that be a stronger advocacy piece on engaging the community, other than just forming a committee of 10 people to deal with this on an ongoing basis? Would that be because I think the administration did look at how committees function, what the impact or importance of the committees when they report to council. What's the better way to do this? That would be my question. If you're talking about reaching out to community too, because you want to hear from the community, especially with this committee, it speaks on a lot of issues, right? Like Councillor Stephen talked about the housing, right? Or just specific. This is broad. This is huge, right? So, Mayor Masters.
Mr. Holden?
So thanks for the question, and through your Mayor Masters. So engagement and committee structure has been a topic of discussion for years now. We've had a number of standing committees of council. Some have been effective, some have not been effective. So as an example to your question, right now we have a consultant who's undertaking consultation to design the community safety and well-being framework. So that's the opportunity to bring a report in front of the Community Wellness Committee, and it is going to have had engaged all kinds of stakeholders throughout the entire community. So you get a broader consultation if we have opportunities to have those conversations in front of council. I think there's nothing preventing this committee from having, town hall discussions related to a topic that is important to the community. So, you know, whether it's the addictions crisis that's going on in our community, those types of conversations can come in front of the Community Wellness Committee. We have some work going on through the city clerk in terms of a diversity and inclusion committee. Part of the challenge that we've had for the last little while is we have organizations that want to come and speak and have a conversation with council. They haven't had an opportunity because you've got to come and speak to an agenda item. So I think with the Community Wellness Committee, you're also going to get a number of organizations that are going to have an opportunity to come and have a voice at a committee that they didn't have before. So I think the Committee of Council, and to Councillor Stevens' point, this is the beginning. Let's let this evolve and take shape. And consultation, you know, I think we do a good job of consultation on issues. And I think that's where if we can identify the issues through the committee, then Ms. Harlach and her team, both on the community parks recreation side as well as on the planning side, as well as others throughout the organization, I think can bring important topics of conversation to committee for discussion. So I think it is an effective vehicle to get a broader representation of what's important to the community and really making sure that we're getting the people who have the life experiences related to those issues and topics in front of the Wellness Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. I'm going to ask Mr. Nicol to speak to the report he's got being produced.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. For the benefit of members of council who are not on the Wellness Committee, at its discussion on the 10th of February, when we were talking about the terms of reference, there were a number of questions put to administration about, well, what are we doing in this regard already, or what have we done so far, or are there issues facing us in X, Y, and Z? And Councillor Stevens, as chair, undertook to ask his colleagues on the committee for information that they might be interested in, because this is the initial stages of this committee. So the members on the committee provided those to Councillor Stevens. He then forwarded them to me. I reached out to the executive leadership team. I've received all those responses now. I am preparing a report for consideration at the March 10th meeting, which will give you a high-level summary of items that administration has already undertaken, where we're working on, just various things to start to fill in the gaps of your own knowledge. Because I think in particular, Ms. Harlach said at the committee, there's lots of things we're doing, and you, to your own position, said, that's great, we just don't know what they are. And so we are pulling this comprehensive report together. It'll be at a high level, but it will start to stoke the discussion, particularly for Ms. Harlach and Mr. Onright to be able to answer some of the questions of what the committee is looking at in terms of what's already been out there.
Are you done, Mr. Fender? Thank you. Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I just want to make a simple point, and indeed, Mr. Holden has already made it. The one place where there might be concern is where the community wanted something on the agenda, and it wasn't on the agenda, but it's open to any community member to approach any councillor on the committee, and the councillor can raise the matter and put it on the agenda on the committee. So I think that's covered off. As for the rest of it, I think the points have been made. The city administration and city council have a lot of experience on reaching out for public consultation, and I think that experience will be invaluable in this case. I support the structure of the committee as it is, because I believe the committee will be able to engage the community, and the community will be able to engage the committee if there's an agenda item that the community wants considered. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no further. Thank you. Councillor Stevens, you can close it out.
Thank you. So just to ensure, Tarina, that your concerns are not neglected, what I've committed as chair is over the course of the year, we can continue to have this discussion. So maybe in the first year we set it up. Sorry, I'm not allowed to talk to you directly through the chair. We can set it up. We can have this ongoing discussion. I might add that we each have, actually the committee collectively has a $50,000 communications budget. We can do our own outreach. We can do things differently. So let's have this discussion throughout the course of the year. I would also invite members of the public and other councillors to canvass the community. Do you want to be involved? You can be put on a stakeholder email list. And so there's a lot of that going on. We can do things as we please. And then finally, we're not chiseling this in stone. We can change the terms of reference whenever we see fit. So it'll come back to council. So in the year's time, if we think things are not working, there's not enough consultation, we can collectively as a committee decide whether or not we want to change it in terms of reference and bring that forward to council. So I think this is a great opportunity to figure out how would we engage the public in different ways in addition to administration. So this isn't the end.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please call the vote.
Thank you. I will begin with Councillor Stevens, please.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk. Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moll.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries unanimously. Mayor.
Thank you. We will now consider the remaining bylaws, and I will turn it over to the deputy mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2021-11, the Committee Amendment Bylaw 2021, 2021-12, the Community Standards Amendment Bylaw 2021. I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaws 2021-11 and 2021-12 be introduced and read a first time.
Any opposed? Councillor Kiniak, you're opposed?
No, I'm not opposed, but I have a question. So when do I ask that?
After the second reading.
Okay.
We'll leave that open for you. Any opposed? Seeing none?
I move, seconded by Councillor Findura, that bylaws 2021-11 and 2021-12 be read for a second time.
Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak, your question?
Yeah, thank you. So my question is with 2021-12, can I just get some clarity about what this the inspection of property by a designated officer to determine if this bylaw is being compiled with? What is this in relation to? Why this change in the bylaw? It's not ringing a bell to me. Through the chair.
Mr.
Thank you,
Holding,
Mayor
want to speak
Masters.
to-
I'm going to ask Mr. Weary to comment.
Mr. Worry?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. This was a minor change just to clarify sort of a greater certainty change to the community standards bylaw to make it clear that inspectors do have the authority to conduct inspections in specific instances. So it's more of a housekeeping change that was approved at a previous council meeting. Fairly straightforward amendment.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That's sufficient. Thanks.
Any opposed? Seeing none?
Okay. I move, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc, that council hereby consents to bylaws 2021-11 and 2021-12 going to a third reading at this meeting.
This one does require unanimous consent. Any opposition? Seeing none.
I move, seconded by Councillor Shaw, that bylaws 2021-11 and 2021-12 be read a third time.
Anyone opposed? Sneaky. None carried. Thank you.
And I'll move adjournment.
We're adjourned, thanks to Councillor Bresciani's motion to adjourn. Oh, I need a seconder. Yeah, Councillor
I'll second
Bandura.
it.
I caught your hand up, yeah. Thanks, folks. Oh, we have, you're right. Is anyone, oh, you know what, you're right. I'm sorry, guys. Anyone opposed to the adjournment? Councillor Hawkins?
No, I'm not opposed to it. I favor it.
Thank you, sir. Have a great evening.